right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Spirits, Season 2, Episode 17, a very special birthday celebration for Mr. David Lowe. I am your host, Sean Watkins, of course. Birthday boy over there is David Lowe. I don't know what you're supposed to do. But we're gonna a great show lined up tonight. We're gonna kind of revisit a couple places. We're actually gonna talk about a place me and David never talked about together on this show. But tonight we're gonna talk about the 5 most dangerous places that we think are the most dangerous
in the U.S.
In the U.S. In the U.S.
In the U.S.
Oh yeah. So great show lined up there, David. How's
you
it going? Birthday week? Been enjoying it?
Yeah, birthday week was good, bro. Just got the vacation last weekend, and then had my birthday on Thursday.
Oh yeah. Wait,
grandmother's in the living room.
Like what? 85 now? 85?
85. It seems like it. No, 52 today.
52.
Oh, almost 85.
52. Tip. That's old, Dave.
That's old. Pretty darn old.
Oh, my birthday's next month, so I can't talk too much.
Yeah, and you're going to be a grandpa too, so.
Oh man, yeah, yes, I am. Yes, I am. And
neither
the
best dads get promoted to grandpa.
That's right.
So,
you sound way.
Mine says Opa. I'm gonna be Opa.
Yeah, Piper calls me Appa. I don't know if it's because I'm furry or.
You look like an alpaca.
I look like a flying bison. I don't know. Maybe.
I look like a flying.
I look like a sky bison. Maybe that's the case. I don't know.
That's funny.
But and then Desmond's too young to call me anything right now except Brad.
Well, before we get too far into this and into our squirrel moments, let me go ahead and say that I want to thank Anchor. Anchor is what allows us to do the podcast portion of this live cast. It allows us to throw them the audio portion, and they do all the hard work for you, man. They put it out there, and they take it, and they put it on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Pocket Casts, Radio Public, and Breaker. They'll sponsor you a little bit. I mean, it's all fun. They do it complete for free. So if you're looking to start up your own thing, go ahead and check out Anchor. It's a great place to start. And I also want to thank Restream. Restream is what allows us to do the multicasting all at the same time, to where we're not just on the Facebook Spiritual Spirits page, but we're live on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Vaughn Live. So lots of places where you guys can watch tonight, or even just go catch the latest video on any one of those. I want to thank Restream for that. So, 5. Okay, we're gonna talk about 5 places, and I think did we pick these places on the air last week?
I think it was off the air. Off air. We picked these places, but we kind of picked them pretty fast. It was like, oh, dude, it's gonna be.
Bam. We know exactly what we're gonna.
We know, and it's interesting because I've always said, right now, 3 most haunted places for me are prisons, hospitals, and antique shops, and flashlights.
And flashlights.
Apparently. But Jeez.
Purgatory pillow.
Purgatory hello.
Oh, I thought I said purgatory pillow. I was like, what the fuck?
It said purgatory hello, not. And I was like, okay, that's weird. Mine's very talkative today. Anyway, so most of the places that we're talking about are either
prisons,
hospitals, or a combination of the two.
Yeah.
And they're asylums or sanitariums.
Yeah. and then we got one outlier. But
We got one outlier.
which honestly is one of the only hundreds we've given out when we
Well,
started
I was
doing
going
it.
to say, and that outlier also. I mean, if we're talking about the
Oh
same
yeah,
one,
yeah. It
it's
has a
also
hospital there
it
and
has a hospital and a prison, so it's got both, and they're both haunted.
yes, very much so. So
But
it's your birthday celebration, Dave. So they're watching you, Dave.
watching
They're
me,
watching you. And of course, anybody who's online watching us tonight, feel free to chime in on the chat. If you want to get some FaceTime, go ahead and hit the link or just call in. We'd be love to hear you.
sure.
But
Okay, so I was thinking that we start with the one that we haven't talked about together.
okay, all right, okay. Let me. See how smart I kept my notes.
Yeah, I'm glad you kept your notes. All my notes are online, so but I've never talked about this place before, so I'm excited to get into this one. So the first place that I wanted to talk about is the Trans-Allegheny
This
Lunatic Asylum.
this place is a phenom. Check all the boxes. Bill, what's up, my man? It's a check all your boxes type of place. Out there in western West Virginia. It opened its doors in 1864. Forcibly, they had to close the doors in 1994.
Hmm.
So,
So yeah, it was
okay,
subsequently the Weston State Hospital. Um, was a Kirkbride psychiatric hospital that was operated from 1864 until 1994 by the U.S. government of the U.S. state of West Virginia in the city of Weston, West Virginia. Weston State Hospital got its name in 1913, which was used while patients occupied it, but it was changed back to its originally commissioned unused name, the Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum, after being reopened as a tourist attraction.
yeah. Dude, there's some freaky shit that's happened in this place while it was open.
Yeah.
The people did there.
Yeah.
I think the most interesting fact while this place was open. I mean, it is a lunatic asylum. I already called the fire department.
It's gonna need more than that because there's a very high fire area where I live. They told me that I'm not allowed to light candles, especially as many as I have.
So this place
What are you telling me?
did
Oh,
over 4,000 lobotomies in the 30-year span it was open. One doctor in a 2-week span did over 228 lobotomies himself. That is freaking crazy. This dude was just shoving ice picks up people's brains and scrambling them around.
yeah.
Next.
It was like, all right, let's make an omelet.
You want them extra fluffy?
Be careful.
Right? I agree.
Yes. But yeah, it was interesting. What does it say? Designed by Gothic Revival and Tudor Revival styles by Baltimore architect Richard Snowden Andrews. It was constructed from 1858 to 1881. Originally designed to hold 250 people, it became overcrowded in the 1950s with 2,400 patients.
Yeah.
It was forcibly closed in 1994 due to changes in patient treatment. The hospital was bought by Joe Jordan in 2007 and is open for tours and other events to raise money for its restoration. The hospital. Jesus, you guys. Are you guys talking to each other?
Yeah, I said I'm coming.
And mine said scratch. The hospital's main building is claimed to be one of the largest hand-cut stone masonry buildings in the United States.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
the second largest hand-cut sandstone building in the world,
Yeah.
with the only bigger one being the Kremlin.
Yeah. And out of sandstone, dude. I mean, dude.
It's just screaming paranormal activity.
Talk your shit.
Sandstone, limestone, those kind of sedimentary
Oh yeah,
rocks, they just
hunger.
hunger, angel. Jeez.
Female employee was actually raped and killed there. They actually kept her corpse locked up. 92 patients committed suicide. But yeah, that they didn't find her corpse.
Uncomfortable. See?
Uncomfortable. Yeah.
Okay.
They
And I
didn't-
just want to say this, and I'm normally not superstitious,
Yeah.
but the total area in acres of this lot is 666 acres.
That's interesting. That's interesting. That's really interesting.
Buried. Nice.
Yeah, I remember seeing quite a few ghost hunting shows. You know,
I
where
know Ghost Adventures was there.
Ghost Hunters, Ghost Adventures,
Destination Fear. Yeah, they were there.
What's the other? Kindred Spirits went
Kindred
there.
Spirits were there. Yeah, I think everybody and their dog that was, because it's open for that.
Yeah,
They actually allow you to come in and investigate.
but
I mean, mostly it's tours and stuff, but
it's one of those places where it's a guarantee hit.
Yeah,
like they're gonna get something at this place.
You're going to get activity.
At least that's the way it feels on this place. I've heard a lot of people consider Trans-Allegheny to be the most haunted place in the United States.
Oh yeah,
outdoing Penhurst. And I find that phenomenal because Penhurst is it's Penhurst.
It's Penhurst. That's and
strange.
This one might be more haunted, but I don't know if it's more dangerous.
Yeah.
I'm a friend. John's a friend too, and Bill too.
But yeah, the female employee that was actually raped and killed, they actually kept their corpse there, and the corpse itself was actually not found for 8 days. That's got to put a mark in a place like this. 92 patient suicides.
Yeah, so let's see. So the hospital was renamed the West Virginia Hospital for the Insane. The first patients were admitted October of 1864, but construction continued to 1881. The 200-foot central clock tower was completed in 1871. And I believe, if I remember right, somebody committed suicide from that tower.
Yes.
I'm trying to remember. I remember that. That's a ping, but I haven't read that yet. Separate rooms for Black people were completed in 1873. So they segregated here.
Yeah.
The hospital was intended to be self-sufficient and had a farm, dairy, waterworks, and cemetery located on the grounds. That's where I got it, which ultimately reached 666 acres in area.
Wow. That's a lot of acreage.
Yeah. In the 20th century, a gas well was drilled on the hospital grounds in 1902. And then the name again was changed to Weston State Hospital in 1913.
Oh, wow.
Originally designed to house 250 patients in solitude, the hospital held 717 patients by 1880, 1661 by 1938, over 1,800 in 1949, and its peak 2,600 in the 1950s.
This place was built for 250 people.
Exactly. A 1938 report by a survey committee organized by a group of North American medical organizations found that the hospital housed epileptics, alcoholics, drug addicts, and non-educate mental defectives among its population.
How many?
Leave here.
Well, 2,600 people, but it
2,600 people.
didn't say how many of each kind. 2,600. A series of reports by the Charleston Gazette in 1949 found poor sanitation and insufficient furniture, lighting, and heating in much and heating in much of the complex, while one wing, which had been rebuilt using Works Progress Administration funds following a 1935 fire started by a patient, was comparatively luxurious. So they had one wing that was
Just poof.
just super duper because it caught on fire, and they got the funding to rebuild it, and the rest of the place was just crap. Western State Hospital found itself to be the home for the West Virginia Lobotomy Project in the early 1950s. This was an effort by the state of West Virginia and Walter Freeman to use lobotomy to reduce the number of patients in asylums because there was severe overcrowding.
Yeah.
By the 1980s, the hospital had a reduced population due to changes in the treatment of mental illness. Those patients who could not be controlled were often locked in cages. In February 1986, then Governor Arch Moore announced plans to build a new psychiatric facility elsewhere in the state and convert the Weston Hospital to a prison. Ultimately, the new facility, the William R. Sharp Jr. Hospital, was built in Weston, and the old Weston State Hospital was simply closed in May 1994.
Wow.
The building and its grounds have been since mostly vacant, aside from local events such as fairs, church revivals, and tours. In 1999, all 4 floors of the interior of the building were damaged by several city and county police officers playing paintball. 3 of whom were fired over the incident.
Yeah, actually, that could happen. So Bill was saying that you have to be insured to investigate there.
Well, that would make sense because you probably have to sign a waiver
Yeah.
so that they're not responsible.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I wonder what kind of insurance you have to carry if they're talking about like liability insurance or just health insurance or life insurance.
I would say health insurance for sure, but
a lot of history in this place.
Yeah, really, really good history, and this place did a lot of things.
Yeah,
which was really interesting. I'm interested to see that it was trying to be completely self-sufficient.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So they have to reduce cost. They pumped. They drilled for gas.
That's They
had a farm. They had
dairy
waterworks. They had all the stuff. They could do all their own utilities and food and everything.
Yeah.
That's
Evidently,
interesting.
they offer according to Bill here, they actually offer the insurance for your investigation.
So they're probably like, would you like the added insurance on your rental space?
Like this, the rental cars or what?
It's like for the rental cars. Welcome to Avis Paranormal Ghost Tours, where it's in West Virginia.
That's hilarious.
Here at Avis, your safety is our primary concern. Please sign this form, so we're not responsible for you if you break your own neck. Yeah, it's interesting. So let's see. Some of the general reports in the hospital note apparitions of nurses, doctors, and patients roaming the halls.
Yeah.
They've also been reports of disembodied voices, footsteps, and other unusual noises like banging and clanging.
Also, Civil War era apparitions, which I found interesting.
That's an interesting tidbit because I mean it was built shortly after the Civil War, but they did open it while it was being built. But I think it was 1871. when they started putting people in there. So that was what, 6 years?
Yeah,
5, 6 years after the Civil War?
They started building in 1864.
Right before the Civil War ended.
Yeah. So I guess it kind of makes sense, especially in West Virginia. It makes a lot of sense that you would probably see some Civil War era apparitions there. The one
Or
that
do you think the Civil War apparitions are from the Civil War and have nothing to do with actually being in that hospital?
I was actually going to bring that up too. Think I think it has nothing to do with the hospital.
I would agree with that.
I think
That
it
has
has
to do with the
everything to
land.
do with the land itself,
Yeah.
on which it was built and what happened there. What baffles me is children being seen in this place.
Well, and that brings me to Lily.
Yeah, 4th floor.
Yeah, one of the most notable spirits is of a girl named Lily who reportedly died of pneumonia inside the facility at age 9. There is a room in the facility dedicated to her memory, and she often interacts with the toys left there.
So
I'm sorry, too.
that makes me think that there weren't a lot of children in this place if they dedicated a room to a child that died in this place, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm wondering if they dedicate a room to her because after it all closed down.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. But I believe there's probably more than one child in this place. Because they put people in here that were destitute, not just sick.
Yeah.
Or deteriorating in any way. They put, people that nobody wanted to see. So, I mean, alcoholics.
So, well, when you have a constant breeze going through your prefrontal cortex, you'd be wandering around forever too.
Yeah, if you got scrambled brains. But yeah, it says here that sometimes she would follow visitors around the facility. She is one of many child spirits that roam Trans-Allegheny's halls, but the only one with a name.
I wonder why this is the only one that has a name.
Oh, there is a Civil War section of the facility.
Is there? Okay.
Yeah. The Civil War section of the facility is haunted by far less innocent spirits. Witnesses have reported hearing cries and moans of pain, assumably from injured soldiers. There are heavy footfalls of soldiers' boots, misty apparitions, and shadow forms.
Those shadow
What
forms.
brought you here? Turn it off.
In the upper floors, more malevolent spirits roam. One named Slewfoot is apparently a vicious killer, while another, who is unnamed, roams the seclusion cells.
I can hear you.
These are one of the several areas where heavy activity apparently occurs.
Huh. I also saw something about on the 3rd floor, big Jim. But that's different. He's be different from Slewfoot, or is that one and the same?
I don't think so. I don't see anything about a big Jim. Let's see if I can. That one's not helping me much. Purgatory. Thank you. Okay, there's a ghost. Okay, ghost. There's a ghost named Ruth.
Am I here?
I don't know why you're here. Probably just to talk to me.
Probably, yeah. Took a wrong turn at the at the Figueroa. Ended up here. Another popular spirit left trapped inside the asylum is that of Ruth. During the time while alive in the asylum, Ruth was an aggressive and at times violent older lady who had severe dislike towards men. It is common to encounter Ruth on the first floor near the old holding cell. Other reported ghosts include Dean, who was reported to haunt the room he was brutally murdered in, or that of the second floor where disembodied voices warn people to get out of a room where a double suicide occurred. That same floor is haunted by a stabbing victim who tugs at the pants of people walking by, as if using his last bit of strength to seek help.
Follow me.
Okay. Doors are commonly left open by a dead nurse named Elizabeth, who is thought to still be doing her rounds.
Yeah, I got Nurse Elizabeth.
If that still doesn't satisfy your cravings for the paranormal, the geriatric ward and Civil War wing of the hospital are also highly active. This still doesn't even begin to cover the stories of demonic entities and something even freakier called the Creeper, as seen in Paranormal Lockdown.
Yeah, Paranormal Lockdown was there.
Yeah.
I forgot about that one. That was a good episode. I think it's interesting. Okay, I'm going to go back to Lily here. I think it's interesting that out of all the shows, and even the not big wigs that have gone there, a lot of them capture Lily playing with a ball or a toy.
Right. In that room, there's ball moves or the toy.
Yeah.
I remember something called a Boo Buddy, where it's like it's a teddy bear, but it has like an EMF detector or something on it, and it lights up and says stuff when spirit comes and touches the bear.
Yeah. But they've had people pushed up against the walls in this place. Eerie whistling. I'm wondering what that's all about. The creeper always bothered me.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm just flashing back to all these episodes at this place that all these people have done, and like I said, because I follow so many of them on freaking Facebook now, and you'll see like these. I don't want to say semi-professional. I don't even like saying it that ones that are just aren't on television, but they're professional ghost hunters because they're doing it kind of for a living.
Yeah, I would say minor league, but yeah, it's
semi-professional. They have real jobs still.
Semi-pro. Yeah, they have regular jobs because they don't make any money at it, but they still investigate.
But a lot of them hit this place, man, and they always capture something here, and they're always freaked out about something. And you're talking about the sleuth, Mr. Creeper, Ruth, and then demonic spirits there. That shadow figures. We all know about shadow figures.
Yeah.
But people getting touched, pushed, hit. I didn't see anything about scratches, but people are physically being attacked in this place.
Yeah. So they estimate that there are 8 intelligent spirits haunting the location.
That is
okay, yeah. In the room toward the back of one wing, patient was murdered by 2 others. They attempted to hang him, but when it failed, they placed his head under a bed frame and jumped on it until the bed frame touched the floor.
Yes, this is that place.
Other patients were also murdered in cold blood by their peers as overcrowding, mental illness, and poor care became a lethal combination for aggression. This room is known for cold spots and quiet cries, which is said to be Dean, the man who was murdered in the room.
Yes.
Isolation cells. Asylum staff were empowered to send their patients into isolation if they were deemed uncontrollable. This, of course, was up to the discretion of the staff that was already irritated and overworked. Isolation was so terrible that patients would do just about anything to get out of it. One story in particular is especially surprising. A former boxer who suffered from head injuries during his career that left him violent and emotionless, attempted to beat down the metal door that isolated him. He ended up ripping the door off of its hinges, leaving visible dents in the steel.
Jesus.
When he finally got the door off, he handed it to one of the nurses and calmly returned to his room.
Here you go. I'm
Here,
sorry.
I just needed a window. I just needed some air.
I need to go
The
see my
rooms used most for isolation tend to have violent energies attached to them, with visitors reporting being pushed or scratched, as well as disembodied voices saying, "Get me out of here."
Okay, so there are scratches.
Yeah. More than a few ghosts
Intelligent
are
EVPs.
known to staff the asylum. Okay, so Lily, knew about that one. Other experiences include dark shadows, objects moving on their own, disembodied voices and cries, bangs on the walls, breaking glass. I love this place.
I haven't seen anything about electrical in this place yet.
Not a whole lot of electrical, but I mean, it doesn't seem like there's any electricity in the place.
Yeah.
But I mean, I
Like
do. I
battery drainage
I
and things
remember that happening in Ghost
and technical.
Adventures,
Yeah.
and I think Paranormal Lockdown. They had
Paranormal
like
Lockdown
camera
happened.
batteries. Camera
Bride.
batteries go down.
Destination Fear had camera batteries
Yeah,
on them.
Destination Fear. So yeah, a lot of them had battery things, but nothing where lights are happening
Yeah.
or
Well,
flickering
there's
or anything like
no
that.
power.
There's
in
no power in that place at all. But
Yeah.
that doesn't mean, like the Christmas tree,
Oh, it
that
is
doesn't
Christmas.
mean that there isn't something that could be turned on.
Was it the place in Chicago where the light just comes on?
Yeah. Well,
You go
I
in there?
changed the electrical to mechanical. So not only
Mechanical?
electrical, but
Okay.
like, you know, locks,
Okay.
locking and unlocking and stuff like that too.
All right.
So we have objects moving and stuff,
Yeah.
but mechanical. So anything mechanical that's moving, like
Okay. So I guess
come here, buddy.
what's the one thing reading all this information? This is the first time we've talked about Trans-Allegheny. What's the one thing that really catches you and makes you go, "Oh, this place can cause some harm," or "This place is scary as hell," and of course
Well,
makes you want to go. All right, let's go.
all right, let's do this. Well, um, I think the demonic activity, the shadow figures, of course, and the creeper.
Evidently, there's a gate there too. So mindset.
He's chewing on my hand.
So demonic activity,
Yeah, the creeper and the shadow figures.
shadow figures. Those
Yeah.
are what scare you about the place.
Yeah, and I gotta say the place that really has me on edge. The first place I would go is the isolation cells.
Hide now. Yeah.
That works.
I think the isolation. I've been drinking since 2. Sorry. The isolation cells. Oh my god! Isolation cells. Would probably be like, yeah, the first place I'd like show up, unpack, and like, where are you going? I'm going down.
We're going to the isolation shell.
We'll be
See,
back.
I'm doing it too. Isolation cells.
Mine says
It's
true.
kind of like a tongue twister.
Isolation.
Isolation shells.
Yeah, that's why I keep trying to say it. Shells instead of cells.
I know.
Okay, maybe it's not my drinking. All right, I feel better.
No, I've been drinking too, but not as long. Go, grandma. Woo.
So okay, so the last part of that, with everything there, the fear factor and everything like that. What's the one thing that makes you go, okay, I got to go hit this place? What's that piece that brings you to this place that makes you want to go there? We know the first place you want to go hit.
Yeah.
What makes you jump at Trans-Allegheny is like, I have to go here.
I think what draws me to this place right off the bat is how many paranormal groups have been here, and all of them have had activity.
Yeah.
So
I
I know that we would go there, we would go here, and we would get hits.
I think my big thing is to play with Lily.
I would love that.
I
would love to do that.
you
But
know
I think
my daughter might be mad. Why are you taking all my dolls? I'm gonna play with this ghost child.
yeah, I'm gonna play with this ghost child. You're too old for me now. Lily's 9 still. Lily will need to be 9 forever. But yeah, I think there's a really good variety of stuff happening here. I mean, like
it's a box checker for sure.
It is. It checks all the boxes. I'm looking at our scoring system, and this is going to be pretty high.
It'll be a pretty high one.
This is going to be pretty high for the haunted thing. Do I think it's as dangerous as, say, Penhurst? No, I don't think so.
We're gonna find out.
We're gonna find out. But I can tell you right now, just by what I've seen, that I think there's more danger from human spirits here than demonic. If that makes any sense.
No, that makes that. I mean that makes a little sense. But I always go back to the simple fact that these human spirits, are they truly human spirits?
Or are people? I believe there are still human spirits there, but I believe some don't. Okay, I believe some of the spirits used to be human are no longer human.
Man, mine said man, so evidently they are human. It's a man doing all this shit.
Yeah, but I think like the shadow figures. I think the creeper was once a human. That's just speculation. I think
the sleuth and the creeper are one and the same.
No, I think that's two different entities.
They are two different entities.
Yeah, I think so.
It'd be interesting to go there and kind of really, I don't want to say antagonize, but kind of bring those out.
Maybe?
No, I said my baby.
Oh. That's interesting.
Your baby?
Is that Lily's mom?
Is that Lily's mom?
It just came through?
I'll bring her toys.
Yeah, I'll bring her toys. We're gonna talk to her.
Okay.
Always. Okay. I'm interested. Yeah, I'd be interested to see if we could discern different types of spirits, because I think there's going to be there's a lot of each different type.
Yeah.
Because we have it separated by residual, intelligent, non-human, or poltergeist.
Poltergeist, yes.
And I think there's elements of all four there.
I think so too, and I think that's going to reflect on the scoring system.
Yeah.
Do you think? Okay? How long do you think you could be in this location?
Ooh, that's tough. I'm Olivia. I don't know. I honestly don't know.
That's the thing I've always asked myself. Like, how long do I think I could actually stand to be in one of these places?
Because I know that I would have to come out.
I think I'd have to take breaks for sure.
I'd have to take breaks, like between locations. I don't think we'd go isolation cells, then go back in the building, then go on the upper floors, and we'd be like running through and be like, oh, heck no. It'd be like isolation cell, come back, recharge,
I need
get a power bar. You can have cigarettes, I'll have a power bar and some tea. And then we go back in, go after the upper floors where the violent criminals were, and then come out and do the same thing, break for a little bit, then go back in, and see how we feel after each section. But I think we would need to break after each section.
Yeah. I've been thinking about that too with, what our summer what we're going to be doing on our summer trip is that's going to be it's going to be interesting to see how long we're going to be able to stay in a location before we have to take a break. I
Run.
yeah. So let's get to brass tacks here.
Let's get to the score.
Let's get to the scoring here. So
This is a great spot.
I think it's really good on the residual.
It's good on the residual. I think residual is one of the only ones where I'm probably
A little
lower. I'm a little lower than everywhere else, but I think I'm still at an 8.
You're at an 8? Okay, I was thinking a 7 on the residual, but I like 8 too. I like 8 too. So, of course, after residual, we had to talk about the intelligence of this place.
I think the intelligent haunts are off the chain here.
It's an off a chart intelligent haunt for sure.
Yeah,
whether
it's
it be malevolent or
not. I mean, Lily, I think, is intelligent.
Yes.
But she's not malevolent at all.
No.
So, but yeah, I think even they said that there are 8. They estimate 8 intelligent spirits there.
I have to go with a 10 on the intelligence level.
I gotta go 10.
All right, and then
non-human's good.
Non-human is good. I don't know if I want to give it a 10.
I don't want to give it a 10.
But I think a good solid 9 for the non-human.
Okay, I was at an 8.
They talk about non-human.
They talk about non-human. They talk about demonic.
But
they talk about shadow figures. The only thing they really touch on except for the creeper.
I'm not sure the creeper is a demonic. Is a non.
I don't think it's demonic, but I think it's non-human.
You think the creeper is non-human?
Yeah, I think it was human at one point.
You think it was once a human
and now is not? Yeah.
Ooh, that's interesting too.
Yeah, I think the creeper is non-human. I think that if there is demonic activity here, I think the demonic activity is minor. But I believe there are several figures that used to be human that are no longer human at this location.
With the interaction with the creeper and how prominent he is there, does that give extra points to the non-human factor because how interactive it is?
Yeah, I think so. Like you said, I'm about 8 or 9.
Yeah, I think I think I'm at a 9 on it.
Yeah.
I think I'm at a 9 on it. I like the 9.
I like the 9.
Cell.
There are cells there.
Yeah.
Isolation cells.
Yeah, there are. So poltergeist activity.
There's quite a bit at Trans-Allegheny.
There's a bit of I don't think I put it with I score it more closely to the residual.
Yeah, I might even be a little lower than that. I think I'm about a 7.
7 on the poltergeist, but there's still
they're still really good. I mean, there's objects moving, doors opening and closing. You got Lily with the ball and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
With the toys and having your pants tugged, things like that.
Good,
but not amazing.
Not amazing.
But good poltergeist activity.
Good C average.
Yeah.
History of this 42. 42 what? 42 cells? I'm not sure now. History on this place I thought was actually pretty good. I like the history of this place.
I like the history of this place. It goes back to the 1800s. Has everything from Civil War up to the 1990s.
Yeah.
I'm not at a 10.
I was thinking 8 for the history.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
All right. So now we get into
we get into the types of evidence found or whatever. So physical is like apparitions, touching. It's huge.
Being touched, scratched, seeing full body apparitions,
seeing full body apparitions, seeing orbs, or shadow figures, So
Civil War era people.
Civil War era people. Yeah, I, I, I think I'm at a 9.
I was saying 9. I was like, it has that potential of a 10, but I'm more at a 9 on the physical.
Niece. Okay, interesting. That's the second time I got that. Okay. Voice phenomena. There's quite a bit. There's
quite a bit of voice
a
phenomena.
lot of cries. A lot of hearing footsteps. So a lot of sound phenomena.
Lot of sound phenomena coming through here.
Yeah. Sure. Even my ghost agrees.
3.
23. They're giving me new lotto numbers.
Companion.
Companion.
That means you got to share with your companion.
Oh, I gotta share with Dave. I'm at a solid 10 for the voice. There's so much being heard here. So much. And intelligent voice. EVP.
Intelligent voice. Not to mention, I mean, there's some residual with cries and moans and shit, but I don't think I was at a 10.
Where are you sitting on it?
But I was at a good solid 8.
Oh, I would put us at a 9.
So put us at a 9. So yeah, we'll average it out. Objects moving. Huge. Doors slamming. Things being thrown. Glass being shattered.
Again, the ball moving.
Yeah, I think the ball moving. I think this is my 10.
This is your 10?
This is my 10.
Yeah, I would be at a 10 here.
With physical objects here.
I'd be at a 10 here too.
Yeah. Okay, now mechanical or electrical? Not a whole lot of electrical, but we do have batteries draining. Mechanical failures and things like that. So dog. I think I'm at a 6.
7. So, okay, you're gonna go 6. 6.
But if you're at a 7, we'll go 7. I can see a 7.
I gotta rethink. You're saying a 6, so I'm just reprocessing real quick. Do I want to drop it down that point? I'm gonna drop it down that point. And the big reason I'm dropping it down that point is most of the electrical issues that have happened on these big shows. So they get a negative point for me because of that. Because I have trust issues.
Because fuck those guys. Yeah.
So I'm gonna go 6. I'm gonna go 6 here.
Okay. Emotional. No.
I could see how there could be a lot of feeling of fear and dread
feeling like you're being watched, feeling like you're being followed.
I don't see a lot of happiness in this place.
There's no way.
I think Lily is the bright spot in this whole damn place.
Like Lily is the only ray of sunshine in this location is Lily. And it'd be like one of those things where if we were in between places and we didn't want to go all the way back to base camp, I would go to that room.
Yeah. To recharge.
And to recharge, to chill out for a little bit and talk to Lily. And then we can move on with the rest of the building.
So, I think the emotion could be I'm at a 7 on the emotion.
I think I'm at a 7. Yeah.
So before we do the danger level here, I just something just perplexed my head, and it's based off the history of this place. It's all based off of that female employee.
I live here. I'm not leaving.
Got raped, and they didn't find her corpse for 8 days. Raped and killed.
Yeah.
Do you think that type of trauma could have created the creeper? Like this is the creeper. Like it literally.
I mean, do you think the creeper is the woman that was raped and killed?
Yes. Like something so tragic happened to her in this place, in a place that was already filled with misery and mayhem to begin with, transformed her into being the creeper, to this ginormous shadow figure that fucking likes to hunt people and hates men.
I think it's possible. I mean, my gut is telling me that the creeper used to be a male. but medicine, who knows? But yeah, I think that's an absolute vicious death that would constitute a non-human entity or would create something vengeful spirit like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, and that's
And then there's the old lady who attacks men.
see.
See, I'm wondering if the creeper is actually one of the intelligent ghosts. Rachel has a good point.
Manifestation of her anger, but not her.
So you're thinking, Rachel, that it's a PK manifestation.
Yeah, that's a good.
That's an interesting, because a lot of poltergeists and shadow figures are actually born from PK manifestations.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I think my granddaughter is experiencing PK.
Yeah, I remember you telling me about that.
We're dealing with that because she's been gone for a few days. I haven't had any flying objects in the house.
That's interesting. Might got yourself a telepath.
I think some
You
not
don't believe in
telekinetic. She doesn't know that she's doing it, but I think her emotional outbursts can trigger stuff.
Yeah.
And her dad was the same way.
Huh.
I was trying to curb his anger because his anger would manifest into like heat. The temperature would go up in the room.
Oh wow.
2. Add that to your.
He's got 2.
I got a 2.
27, 34.
But yeah, this is a great spot.
I got an 83 before you talk about the danger level.
Okay, I hadn't added it up yet. 83.
So, let's talk about the danger level.
I think the danger level is really high here. It's not
the amount of physical touching.
Well, yeah, the physical touching, the glass breaking, objects being thrown,
Scratching,
tugging on the pants, scratches, pushing. I want to give it a 10. I really do.
Yeah, right? I mean,
I want to give it a 10, but I mean, I have a feeling that most of these places are going to get a 10 for the danger level. A 9 or a 10 across the board.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah. I mean, this is why we're talking about.
That's why we're talking. These are the most dangerous places. So we can almost make it a given that we're giving these guys 10s.
I have to give this a 10.
I think I have to give it a 10, and not just non-human, but the intelligent haunting some of them are vicious and malevolent. There's only one benevolent spirit in that place, and that's Lily.
Lily, like this ray of sunshine in this world of chaos, which is Trans-Allegheny.
Yeah, dude.
So that's a 93 with
that's a 93 with the danger level, 83 haunted level. And that's our first one.
That's our first one. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about talking about Trans-Allegheny? Because we haven't got to talk about that.
I love this spot, bro. I really do. This might make one of my bucket list items.
Hey, it's definitely made mine. It's definitely made mine. I do like the fact that I was actually able to talk about it.
Because I mean, all the ones, Well, I thought you had Josh with you last time.
No, Josh wasn't with me. This is
you did this one solo, huh?
Yeah, third episode of going solo.
Oh man, but dude, I got to tell you, I would love to go to all 5 of these spots.
Oh hell yeah! Oh yeah! This is like part of a
There's
top 10 list right here.
yeah, absolutely.
Well, we're an hour in, or just
Yeah,
about.
just
Do
about.
you want to take a quick break before we start on moving on to the next, or are you good to go?
We could take a break really quick. Just
take one?
yeah.
All right. What do you want to talk about when we come back?
Let's talk about Waverly Hills.
You want to go to Waverly? Okay.
Let's go to Waverly when we get back.
Go
I'm moving my way up from my list here.
I'm
Trans-Allegheny.
interested to see how your order is because right now we're moving our way up. I have Trans-Allegheny at the bottom, and the next above that was Waverly.
Yep, so's mine.
So I'm
And I think I'm going to move up just like that. But I think this is the way we wrote them down. We're doing it in the opposite order that we wrote them down.
Oh yeah, we wrote them down together. Huh?
Yeah, we did. So just like when we go to the same website.
Oh my god, I gotta quit drinking sometimes.
Speaking of drinking, as per your request, I'm gonna get the sakya.
Gotta get your sakya.
I'm gonna get the sakya
Gotta
and
get
do a shot when we start the next segment. And that's really fun. If I start doing the one eye thing, then you know that I've had too much sakya.
All right, give us about 5-10 minutes. We'll be right back, folks. Enjoy the creepy music.
Hey, smile. Dylan. Is this yours? Peek. Innocent. Chair. Help me. And friend. Help. Smith. Related.
All right, we are back. What you laughing at?
I think yours said related, right?
Yeah, mine said water and then related.
Mine said, "Am I dead?"
Yeah, mine did. All right. So
Yeah,
now
I
we're
got a whole bunch of stuff on the break. That was weird. Okay,
oh,
my
yeah.
little
Okay,
my little stein of sakya.
the Stein of Sakya. Oh, huh. We need two more numbers, Dave. We need two more numbers.
Chin.
And mansion. No, we're not talking about mansions tonight. Waverly Hills is definitely not a mansion.
No.
But I was handed a news report for the most scariest places to go. And it is everybody's mom's underwear drawer.
Was that some kind of Cards Against Humanity thing?
That's a money thing.
Oh, well, that makes sense. Because I've got the absurd box right here. We can pull this out and see what it says.
This is annoying.
Oh yeah.
That's funny. So Waverly Hills. Now, we've talked about this place.
We have.
We scored it pretty high.
Yeah, this was before we did the scores, so I'm interested to think what our lowdown score would be.
Yeah. This is
Again, this is another one that was investigated by all
everybody.
everybody and their dog has been here,
So this place
including kindred spirits, ghost adventures, ghost hunters.
actually Ghost Hunters actually went back to this place with the Destination Fear group.
Yeah.
When Ghost Hunter
I think the Tennessee Wraith Chasers were there.
Those guys crack you up, don't they?
Oh yeah, fuck those guys. But yeah, let's show a picture of that place.
That place is freaking huge. Did you show a picture of Trans-Allegheny? I don't remember it.
I didn't think about it.
We got all into it. You're like, we don't need no picture.
There's Trans-Allegheny.
Dude, look at that tower on the front.
Mm-hmm. That's the clock tower.
You wouldn't think that that's 666 acres.
Yeah, but if you count all that stuff on the sides,
yeah,
it's not just that building; it's the whole thing.
Probably on the back side of that hillside.
With the farm and the gas drill and the stuff.
Uh-oh, what's he pulling out?
I just opened the absurd box. I'm doing Saki. I'm pulling out the absurd box. And then this is a picture of the inside of Trans-Allegheny.
Wow.
Behind you. Don't tell me that.
Yeah, you get to get smacked in the back of your head. Get them birthday licks. Well, you got bruises all over you.
Well, that's interesting.
Huh.
So I pulled out in Cards Against Humanity, the absurd box. I have solved politics. My solution is dating a Republican.
That's funny.
It's a little on the nose, but okay. I have solved politics.
Oh, that's awesome. So this place was only open for what, 50 years?
Let's
Just
see.
over 50 years?
Okay. So it opened in 1910 as a two-story hospital to accommodate 40 to 50 tuberculosis patients. In the early 1900s, Jefferson County was ravaged by an outbreak of tuberculosis known as the White Plague,
Yeah.
which prompted the construction of a new hospital. The hospital closed in 1961 due to the antibiotic drug streptomycin, that lowered the need for such a hospital. There were, so what? Yeah, 51 years.
Yeah. In 51 years, 64,000 deaths. That's over 10,000 deaths a year. Right?
Yeah.
I'm not wrong on that, right?
No. I think there was 1 year where there were 10,000 deaths.
Yeah.
So the land that is known today as Waverly Hill was purchased by Major Thomas H. Hayes in 1883 as the Hayes family home. Since the new home was far away from any existing schools, Mr. Hayes decided to open a local school for his daughters to attend. He started a one-room schoolhouse on Pages Lane and hired Lizzie Lee Harris as the teacher.
So this was a mansion.
This was a home. This was a mansion.
Shit.
And
Sorry,
I have to do another shot because I didn't bring my sake with me.
Shit.
Damn it.
My bad.
Ah, crap. Okay. Due to Miss Harris's fondness for Walter Scott's Waverly novels, she named the schoolhouse Waverly School. Major Hayes liked the peaceful sounding name, so he named the property Waverly Hill. The Board of Tuberculosis Hospital kept the name when they bought the land and opened the sanatorium. It is not known exactly when the spelling changed to exclude the second E, and it became Waverly without the EY.
Oh,
However,
okay.
the spelling fluctuated between both spellings many times over the years.
I can see it Ley and not just Y.
Yeah. In the early 1900s, Jefferson County was severely stricken. Severely stricken. They were battling tuberculosis. With an outbreak of tuberculosis, there were many tuberculosis cases in Louisville at the time because of all the wetlands along the Ohio River, which were perfect for tuberculosis bacteria. To try and contain the disease, a two-story wooden sanatorium was opened, which consisted of an administrative main building and two open-air pavilions, each housing 20 patients for the treatment of early cases. In the early part of 1911, the city of Louisville began to make preparations to build a new Louisville State Hospital, and the hospital commissioners decided in their plans that there would be no provision made in the new city hospital for the administration of pulmonary tuberculosis. And the Board of Tuberculosis Hospital was given $25,000 to erect a hospital for the care of advanced cases of tuberculosis. On August 31st, 1912, behind me again. If I get hit, I'm getting up.
I'm getting up.
I'm getting up, and I'm swinging. On August 31st, 1912, all tuberculosis patients from the city hospital were relocated to temporary quarters in tents on the grounds of Waverly Hills, pending the completion of a hospital for advanced cases. In December 1912, a hospital for advanced cases opened for the treatment of another 40 patients. I'm trying to leave you alone. In 1914, a children's pavilion added another 50 beds, making the known capacity around 130 patients. The children's pavilion was not only for sick children, but also for the children of tuberculosis patients who could not be cared for properly otherwise. So, like the kids of parents who were sick. Living room. That's where my grandson's at. The report also mentions that the goal was to add a new building each year to continually grow so that there would be even more beds available than specifically listed. Wow. Due to constraint needed for repairs on the wooden structures, need for a more durable structure, as well as the need for more beds so that people could not be turned away due to lack of space, construction of a 5-story building that could hold more than 400 patients
36.
began in March of, that was another number, 36?
Yeah, I wrote it down too.
Okay. That could hold more than 400 patients began in March 1924. The new building opened on October 17th, 1926. Dangerous, good word. But after the introduction of streptomycin in 1943, the number of tuberculosis cases was gradually lowered until there was no longer need for such a large hospital. The remaining patients were sent to Hazelwood Sanatorium in Louisville. Waverly Hills was closed in June of 1961.
You said danger too?
Mine said dangerous.
Mine just said danger.
The Woodhaven Medical Services. The building was reopened in 1962 as Woodhaven, and there's dangerous. Dang it, I'm going to have to get another shot. Old, yeah, okay. Woodhaven Geriatric Center in 1962. Strangled, a nursing home primarily treating aging patients with various stages of dementia and mobility limits. Mine just said old.
I said homeless.
As well as severely mentally handicapped. However, Woodhaven failed greatly because it was severely understaffed and overcrowded. Well, duh, aren't all these hospitals like that? Woodhaven also had reports over patient neglect and was closed by the state in 1982.
Okay, so
wow.
I did go all the way to 82.
Yeah, and I got more. Simpsonville developer J. Clifford Todd bought the hospital in 1983 for $3,005,000. He and architect Milton Thompson wanted to convert it to a minimum security prison for the state. But the developers dropped the plan after neighbors protested. Todd and Thompson then proposed converting the hospital into apartments, but they counted on Jefferson Fiscal Court to buy around 140 acres from them for $400,000, giving them the money to start the project. That never happened.
Do not.
Okay. In March 1996, Robert Alberhansky bought Waverly Hills and the surrounding area. Alberhansky's Christ the Redeemer Foundation Incorporated made plans to construct the world's largest statue of Jesus on the site.
Wow.
Along with an arts and worship center. The statue, which was inspired by the framed Christ the Redeemer statue on Coracavo Mountain in Rio de Janeiro. So the big statue would have been designated by local sculptor Ed Hamilton and architect Jasper Ward. The first phase of the development, coming at a cost of $4 million, would have been a statue of 150 feet.
Catch you later, Bill. Have a great night, buddy.
Thanks, Bill. 150 feet tall and 150 feet wide, situated on the roof of the sanatorium. The second phase would convert the old sanatorium into a chapel, theater, and gift shop at a cost of $8 million. The plan to construct the religious icon fell through because donations to the project fell well short of expectations. In a period of a year, only $3,000 was raised toward the project, despite efforts to pool money from across the nation. The project was canceled in December of 1997. Joshua. That's one of the apostles.
Yep. Interesting. That's some good stuff. I didn't realize Waverly changed hands that much. Is it still owned by that guy, or did the state take it back over?
The sanatorium is owned by Charlie and Tina Mattingly at this point.
Oh wow. This
It says after Aberhaskey's efforts failed, Waverly Hills was sold to Tina and Charlie Mattingly in 2001. The Mattingly hold tours of Waverly Hills and host a haunted house attraction each Halloween, which proceeds go toward restoration of the property.
Wow.
They're also restoring all the windows in the decrepit building while restoring the interior of the old sanatorium.
Imagine going into that haunted house on Halloween.
I can only imagine because I've been in Long Beach twice for the Queen Mary, and that's a crazy haunted location.
Wow.
Humiliate.
Humiliate. Wow.
Yeah, that's a good word.
So
Waverly Hills has been popularized on ghost hunters as being one of the most haunted hospitals in the eastern United States.
Yeah. Yeah.
The sanatorium was featured on Fox Family Channel's Scariest Places on Earth, VH1's Celebrity Paranormal Project, Sci-Fi's Ghost Hunters, Zone Reality, the British show Most Haunted, Paranormal Challenge, Ghost Adventures on the Travel Channel, and episode 18 of season 3 of Animal Planet series Call of the Wild Man.
Really?
It was also featured on paranormal shows Ghost Asylum.
Don't
go there. Ghost Asylum, which is the Tennessee Race Chasers, Paranormal Lockdown, and Destination America. It was also mentioned on CW's show Supernatural in season 11, episode 23, entitled The Alpha and the Omega.
Wow. Hold on a second.
Kindred Spirits had it too, season 3.
That's interesting. Love you.
Love you too.
I see that.
Chua.
Yours said Joshua, right?
Yes.
Mine just said Joshua.
Mine just said married.
Huh. Which is funny because before Joshua, I think it said Lisa. Louder. Lisa.
Lisa.
So this place has stop. Sorry. This place started off as a mansion. They added a school for their kid. And then tuberculosis. Disfigured kid, I guess. Tuberculosis kicks in, becomes this huge Is it sanitarium, right?
Punish.
Well, it's the same word. We discussed that, but they call it sanatorium.
Sanatorium.
But sanitarium and sanatorium are the same thing, only for a longer period of time.
Yes. Just bought
Sanitarium
that.
is a short-term thing. Sanatorium is a long-term thing. You're in my house. Get out. Uh, rituals. So here's a picture of the inside of Waverly Hills.
Wow. I bet you that is creepy as hell at night.
Oh yeah, I hope it is.
I just said clock again.
Mine just said phone.
Why is this clock again? It's twice now. So numerous shadow figures have been reported here.
Mm-hmm.
Apparitions of patients, nurses, and doctors, roving cold spirits, roving cold spots, orbs, anomalous lights, moving objects, locked doors unlocking and opening, equipment going haywire, EVPs, being
Where's
accosted
our
by
electrical?
invisible hands,
Hello.
headaches, nausea, changes to heart rates.
Ooh, that's a nice one.
The This place has the body chute,
Yes.
which is known to have an aggressive shadow figure in it. They
It's
have Timmy, which is in the children's pavilion. They have a nurse who killed herself in room 502.
mm-hmm.
An elderly woman. This one I never understood. Elderly woman in bloodied chains. And this was throwing me off because they have the creeper here too. And
Oh yeah.
walks on all fours.
Yeah. Just like the creeper there at Trans-Allegheny.
Yeah. that's
Strange.
yeah.
That's strange.
Word.
Don't go there.
Don't go there.
Don't go there.
In fact, on my notes, I have malevolent written right next to the creeper. Accosted by invisible hands. Now, do you think the anomalous lights and the orbs are two separate types of paranormal activity, or do you consider them to be the same kind of paranormal activity?
No, I think orbs and lights are different. And I mean, it's about the dimension to me. I think orbs are more three-dimensional. Island. Okay.
Just funny because I was just thinking about an island in freaking New Zealand, Australia. Dude, you gotta watch that one. That's a good show.
What's that?
The Gray Man.
Oh, let's see. What have I got here? So, Waverly Hills Sanatorium is an abandoned hospital. Blah, blah, blah. Once housed so many tortured souls. This was a place that was built to house tuberculosis patients, unfortunately. Okay, so one of the most advanced tuberculosis hospitals of all time. Waverly Hills Sanatorium was
Vincent.
originally on land purchased by Major Thomas Hayes in 1883. This is where we talk about the White Plague. Yabba dabba doo. Wow.
Huh.
So once the patients, doctors, and nurses walked into the facility, they became residents and lived inside the sanatorium.
Yes.
This was a self-sustained community with its own zip code. They grew their own food and had their own radio station.
Yeah.
Sanatoriums at the time were built on high hills surrounded by woods to create peace and serene atmosphere. It was thought that fresh air, good food, and sunshine would help cure the disease, along with competent medical supervision. Exactly, right? Disrespectful. The staff did all they could to keep the morale high and keep the patients in good spirits. This was also what was thought to keep patients alive longer and not to succumb to the disease. The procedures tested out on patients by doctors were as grim as the disease itself. A lot of patients did not survive these experimental medical practices. A few treatments included lobotomy and pneumoctomy, which involved doctors surgically removing infected parts of the lung and sometimes the entire lung.
Oh, Jesus. Wow.
Another procedure, thoracoplasty, was the removal of several rib bones from the chest to collapse a lung. During this time, it was common for the average patient to require 7 to 8 ribs be removed.
Oh, my Lord.
There was also the sun treatment, which
6.
theorized that if a patient bathed out in the sun, that it would help kill the bacteria that caused tuberculosis. Doctors would also insert a balloon into the patient's lungs and fill them with air to help their breathing. Unfortunately, these procedures were ineffective
Wow.
and led to no cure.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah. Hold me back. It's a pop fly. Okay. The staff tried to keep patient morale up by allowing their loved ones to visit. There was a visiting day where patients' family members could come into the facility and visit their sick loved ones, not knowing at the time that this was an airborne disease.
Oh, Lord, yeah.
Unfortunately, many of the patients did not make it out alive from Waverly Hills. The mortality rate was about 1 death per day, a number that grew exponentially as the disease spread. In order to prevent patients from seeing the corpses of dead patients, a special chute called keep recording called the body chute, and mine said over here, was built to allow the dead to be transported out at night. There was a railroad that went directly behind the sanatorium where the chute ended, and the bodies would be loaded onto the train and taken away.
Wow.
One of the many hauntings reported at Waverly Hills Sanatorium involves a little boy named Timmy, who has been seen with a leather ball and is thought to have fallen off the roof where the kids would play.
Oh, wow.
There was an investigation that went on to find out if Timmy was pushed or fell off the roof, and nothing was ever determined. So, another story involves room 502.
That's the nurse who killed herself.
That's the nurse who killed herself. In 1928, she was found dead in her room, allegedly committed suicide, by hanging herself from an exposed pipe or light fixture. She was 29 years old, pregnant, and unmarried.
Yeah.
Supposedly, she was depressed over the situation and took her own life. Another nurse who was later in room 502 was thought to have jumped off the top floor to her death. Thought that it was also she may have been pushed. There is no evidence to prove either way.
Dangerous.
There's just a few, dangerous. There's just a few of the documented hauntings at the hospital.
That's interesting. That two is it? Excuse me. Two,
2 suicides from people who were in that room.
both female nurses.
Yes.
That's a little quinky dinky.
Yeah. I got to tell you that's a pattern to me
Yeah, I know
because
you've had
from
that
the
issue.
hotel.
Oh,
Yep, and it was the same room both times.
huh.
It was really, really weird. Closet.
Interesting. Maybe that's how Joshua and them are getting back and forth right now. The elderly woman in bloody chains. That's interesting.
Hmm.
There's a lots of goings on happening in Waverly Hills.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why being accosted by invisible hands keeps popping them, like staring me in the face for some reason.
Yeah, a lot of people lost their lives. According to legends, a total of 63,000 people died here. But the more exact numbers say that 8,212 people lost their lives at the sanatorium. And that is still a lot. Waverly Hills, beneath Waverly Hills is a 500-foot tunnel that the staff used for entering and exiting the building and to help bring up materials. When when the illness and thus the number of deaths was at its peak, the staff used this tunnel to carry the bodies outside.
Yeah, that's the body shoot.
Nursing home. When finally antibiotics were invented, tuberculosis was suppressed and the number of patients gradually lessened. In 1961, the sanatorium was even shut down. This didn't last long because it was reopened in 1962 as Woodhaven Geriatric Center. It became a place for the demented elderly and severely disabled people. I talked about this earlier.
Yeah.
Um, the sanatorium was almost demolished in 2001 because it was turned into a ruin.
Do not.
I know. I won't. Ever since the place was vacant and turned into a magnet for teenagers looking for a thrill and homeless people looking for shelter. Because of the history of Waverly Hills, people believed it was haunted. Many broke into the place in search of paranormal evidence. The result was a vandalized and trashed location.
It's funny, mine said homeless not too long ago.
Yeah. Fortunately, it fell into the hands of Charlie and Tina Mattingly, and they saved the building from demolishment. Yeah. Room 502. Let's see. The other spirits of Waverly Hills on the roof, where the children were given their sun therapy. The creepy song "Ring Around the Rosie" is heard.
Oh,
In the kitchen, a male figure with a white coat is seen. His appearance is often associated with cooking and smells like freshly baked bread in the room.
oh wow.
But it's impossible to prepare food in the room because it is in ruins.
Uh-huh.
On the third floor, the children's wing, a girl without eyes is often seen, and there is a boy there that is playing with his ball. Near the sunrooms, where the patients were treated with ultraviolet light, a woman with bloody wrists is regularly seen. She has been seen running through the halls while she is screaming for help.
Huh. Ceiling?
Lights are seen from the outside, which is impossible because the power has been shut down for years. Many people also claim hearing footsteps, disembodied voices, ether ghostly sounds, doors slam shut by themselves, and apparitions are seen in the doorways and corridors. Things have been thrown at people by invisible forces, and people claim they have been touched by unseen hands. Lovely. And last but not least, people have seen a phantom hearse
Really?
that appeared on the back of the building, probably to pick up coffins. That's the first. That's the first
That's the
ghost
first time.
car.
Yeah. That's wow.
They
Huh.
do say you can book ghost tours and even spend the night, but you can only visit when you've made a reservation.
Oh, I have to reserve a spot there. That's
Ooh.
what?
Oh, there's some other places on this website.
Oh,
Psychic, thank you. There's a castle in England, a castle in New Zealand,
oh wow.
a place in Germany, and in the Philippines there's something called the Fire Mummies.
Oh,
So I'm kind of interested in checking those places out. But anyway, God, yeah, Waverly Hills, I like it. I mean,
we've always liked Waverly, but yeah, we the haunted level scored pretty high for us on this one, or
yeah,
just a regular one.
yeah. I don't want to. Let's talk about. Let's do our scores and then compare them to what we what we
Yeah.
had before.
So the residual energy in this place.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of residual energy. Would
I
you
think there's-
say? Would you say it's more or less than Trans-Allegheny though, or the same?
I think there's more residual energy here,
Yep.
and for that, I'd give it a 9.
Yep. We are on the same page. Intelligent. I don't think this is as
I don't
intelligent
think it as intelligent place.
as
Trans-
Trans-Allegheny, because Trans-Allegheny we gave a 10.
Yeah.
Sit.
Where is it?
Wayne.
Louisville.
How do you
Louisville,
feel?
Kentucky. Jeez. Okay, Wayne.
Wayne, I'm feeling pretty good. Been drinking all day, so
Yeah. Me too. Speaking of which, okay, still good stuff. 8.
You're an 8 on the intelligence.
I think I'm going to take 8 on the intelligent.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense to me. I would, yeah.
Mine just said coffin.
That freaking hearse.
And speak.
Non-human.
I think there's non-human, but I don't think it's that big. There's
Low.
reports of shadow figures.
Lower, okay, lower than a 9. It's
It's
lower than a 9.
I agree. I think
I'm at a 7.
I think I'm at a 7.
Yeah, I think I'm at a 7 on the non-human factor. There is non-human there. I don't think it's as prominent as Trans-Allegheny.
Mhm.
I still find it interesting that the
Respectful.
creepers in the best. Like it.
I guess
say
I
an
guess it's
8?
disrespectful.
Is it an
Should we
8?
be at an 8 because are we disrespectful because we went lower?
You told me to go lower.
You said lower, but I guess we went too low.
Too low?
How rude.
Holy shit.
Okay, lower 7, and we're like, oh, how rude. You go 7.
Disrespect. Sorry, Wayne.
Jeez, Wayne.
Wayne's World,
take
Wayne's
a
World
break, dude.
Podcast. Excellent. Sorry. Poltergeist activity. Poltergeist.
There's moving objects, things being thrown at people,
This I think is
doors slamming
higher
shut.
than Trans-Allegheny.
Yes. I don't know if I'm at a 10, but I think I'm at a 9 here.
I was thinking a 9 here.
And then the history of the place. There's not a lot of history. It was only open for 50 years. A lot happened in those 50 years.
It changed hands a lot because people wanted to do a lot of disfiguring.
And it's really funny because the history of it really happened kind of after it closed. Because they were like, okay, I want to open a geriatric hospital. That didn't work. I want to build a worship temple and a statue. And that didn't work. It's like nothing else that they tried to do after that panned out. And I think that's kind of cool.
I like that. I think
so it was like nothing else was able to flourish there.
No. Until they decide to keep it what it is.
Yeah. And then you
to
basically sell it as a ghost tour place and use the money to restore the sanatorium. So now it's making money and now it's working. I think that's a very interesting thing.
That's interesting
to think about.
That's pretty interesting.
So I don't know. Now I'm kind of talking myself back to I think in the history is about the same.
I was thinking an 8 on the history.
Yeah,
I
that
was
puts
gonna
us.
put it right there. I think it's on par with Trans-Allegheny.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to the 1800s when the guy first bought it and made it into a house and a school.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay. And then I got attic again. Okay, so the physical haunts, physical evidence, apparitions,
orbs,
seeing things. So there's
light
orbs and lights.
being
There's a
touched,
couple of, physically being touched. Couple of,
things being thrown at people.
yeah, that would be objects.
Oh yeah.
I think it's a little bit lower than Trans-Allegheny. I think I'm at an 8.
I can go with an 8.
Okay, voice phenomena.
Voice phenomenon. They get a lot of good EVPs here.
It's good. They get
You got
EVPs. They hear cries.
Rosie.
Ring around the rosy. That's a creepy one on the roof
Yeah.
with the kids. That would be
Yeah.
creepy. Pick that one up. I don't plan on leaving.
Don't leave. That's kind of it. I mean, well, you get the moans, huh? The crying, I think.
Yeah, you get the moans and the crying. Footsteps.
Is it as good as Trans-Allegheny at a 9? And that's kind of where we were. That was an average because you were at an 8 with Trans-Allegheny. I was at a 10 with Trans-Allegheny.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not at a 10.
I'm not at a 10. I think I'm at an 8. Again.
I'm thinking I was at an 8 too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm at an 8. I'm at an 8.
Well, I'll do that on the next break. Okay. On the way now or have been on the way? Demon, thank you.
Who's on their way?
There's a demon on the way.
Demon on the way. So,
speaking of demons, objects. So there's a lot of objects moving.
A lot of objects moving.
Yeah. Do we want to put this at a 10 like Trans-Allegheny?
I think we almost have to, don't we?
I think this is even more.
Right?
So yeah, I think I'm at a 10 because they actually literally throw objects at people.
Yeah, people.
So yeah, I think we got
it. That in the physical because you're getting shit hit by shit.
I think this is the one place mechanical is higher than Trans-Allegheny because we're seeing lights on the inside from the outside, and there's no power in the place.
Yes. Yeah.
And of course, there's the power drains and flashlights and things like that.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I think I'm at an 8.
Unlocking. That's
yeah.
Mechanical.
That might even be higher now. I might be at a 9.
Don't leave, Dave.
Whoa.
What did it say after that?
It says Wayne. I got Wayne.
Hey, party on, Wayne.
It says Wayne, don't leave, possessed.
Oh shit. After demon.
And now it says war.
So you're at did you say you're at a 10?
I think I'm at a 9. I'm at a 9.
9 on the mechanical?
Yeah.
I get
Jesus. Slave toy? Okay.
I'll go 9 on that one.
All right.
The emotions, I think the emotions here are higher.
Yeah, I agree. Especially in that tunnel.
Headaches,
I think
nausea, changes of heart rate.
Yeah.
I
think that just being in that tunnel would be awful.
We didn't even think about that. That could be part of the physical too. A change in the heart rate.
Yeah,
headaches.
that is a physical. That's a
So are we still at an 8 on the physical?
No,
We would bump it up.
it says do not. So yeah, I think we're at a 9
We're at a 9 there.
on the physical.
So with that, the emotions, I think we put emotions at 8.
Yep, I'm down for that.
So what is that?
85. Is that right?
85. Yeah.
68. 77. Yeah, 85.
So the danger level of this place.
I think this is one that's probably lower as far as the danger level goes.
I think we kind of thought that during our original show too.
Yeah.
I think I'd be more at 6 or 7 on the actual danger level.
Okay. I was at an 8.
An 8.
So
So if I
yeah.
was at 7,
If
we
you're
have
at a 6, or if you're at a 6, then we would be at 7. If you're at a 7, then we'll be at 8.
let me think. Let me think. Am I at 6 or am I at 7?
Yes, you're dead.
I think you're dead. Yeah. Yeah, you're being touched.
Stuff being thrown at
Shit
you.
thrown at you. Okay, yeah. All right. Let's an 8. I like the 8. I like the
Okay.
8. So with the 8, that takes us to a 93.
93.
More haunted, less dangerous, same number,
Same total.
same total. Interesting. Throat. Mine just said
Mine just said knife.
Dude, they are talking. I mean,
We're talking to each other. It
dude,
was kind of like at the hotel room
they
when I
keep
was
back and forth.
yeah.
I got Joshua.
Yeah.
I got Joshua. I get Wayne. You get Wayne. They get.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't
When
know.
when I was at the hotel last Saturday and we were on break, I could hear our two ghost
Talking.
tubes talking to each other.
That's.
Very weird. Um yeah, that's cool.
So I guess it's.
What did we give it when we scored it?
Oh, our haunted level when we were just doing the 1 through 100. What we thought we gave it a 95, 96.
Okay.
Our danger level, even though we says it has everything, it checks all the boxes, but our danger level was a 60 to 65. So we actually, with the lowdown scoring, think it's less haunted than what we originally thought.
Yeah.
But the
But
danger level
the
is
danger was
higher.
higher.
But we think the danger level is it's actually more dangerous than what we originally thought.
Yeah.
Interesting. Interesting.
Well, I'm wondering about the danger level, because if we turn, instead of because it's now 11 variables instead of 10.
Yeah.
So it's technically 83, so 93 so it's 93 out of 110, not out of 100.
Yeah, it would still put it about an 8.8,
Yeah.
an 88.
Yeah. So if I go okay. Yeah, 8.4.
8.4.
So it comes out to an 84, close to an 85 total.
Yeah.
Both locations. Well,
Okay. All
actually,
right.
no. I take that back. The other one would be higher because it's. I don't know.
No.
I'd have to figure that out. But I'm wondering if the bonus should be 10 points, or if we divide it by 2, then the bonus is out of 5, not out of 10. So then the bonus would be 4, and that would make it an 89 for Waverly Hills, and the bonus would be a 5, that would make it an 88 for Waverly Hills. I mean, for Trans-Allegheny. I don't know, just something to think about. We'll discuss that on the next,
right.
for the next show. But just, or
What's
the danger is just a bonus that we add to the score.
I think that's what
what we were going for, but
yeah. So that's 14, 150, 151. 96 plus 65 is 151. No, 161.
161.
161 divided by 2 would be 83. That's
80,
danger level.
88. Well, buried.
No, 88. 88.
88. Are we adding both places?
No. I'm just looking at if we combine the danger level with the haunted level for Waverly Hills on the old scoring, divide that by 2, it'd be an 88. And here, if we did the danger level divided by 2, it would put it at 89.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I don't know. Just shit off the top of my head. I don't know why.
Yep. Something to think about.
So I guess now we're going to talk Eastern State.
Yep.
Now, we did Eastern State before we even decided.
Before we started scoring this.
I got you, son of a bitch. Goddamn vampires flying around. So, Eastern State Penitentiary, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Open in 1829. I think that's a 9. Sometimes I can't read my own handwriting. To 1971.
Z.
Closet. Now mine says closet.
Okay. I think my son's going to be here. Oh, interesting.
David or?
David. Yeah, he's got to come pick up his son.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Visit us during the day or explore Eastern State as the sun goes down. Night tours, summer twilight, includes all of our daytime programming and more, like hands-on activities and the Fair Chance Beer Garden.
Huh. Really?
Yep.
Really?
I'm so down for this place.
Wow. Wow.
Niece again. That's the third time I've gotten the word niece.
It is the third time you've gotten the word niece.
Dang it, did it again. Why am I here? Get tickets now. Grab a triple bottom brewing company beer, soft drink, or snack and relax outdoors in the Fairchance Beer Garden. Reflect on Eastern State's history and the legacy of criminal justice reform through hands-on activities like trivia, letter writing, poetry, and art.
They turned it into a hippie amusement park.
With the support of community partners, explore a new theme and take part in new events, tours, and activities every month.
Wow.
On Thursday evenings, visit the Grant Boulevard pop-up shop and browse a selection of their sustainable, ethnically made clothing and accessories.
Hey, hey,
Upgrade your fit with a new
oh
graphic tee or fanny pack.
my God. Why didn't we see this the first time? Oh my God.
Night Tour Summer Twilight runs Thursday through Sunday evenings from May 6th to September 4th. Tickets are available online and at the door. However, we strongly recommend purchasing your tickets in advance to ensure entry.
Oh my God.
Ticket prices vary by evening. Thursday and Sundays, $19 online, $20 at the door. Fridays, $24 online, $25 in the door. Saturdays, $29 online, $30 at the door. Eastern State members receive free admission to Night Tour Summer Twilight. Members may bring as many individuals as their membership level allows for free, with a cap of 4 people by presenting their member card for entry. Visiting with a larger group, members also receive 20% off additional tickets at the door. Subject to availability, no reservations required. Click here for additional information on special member perks.
Oh my God. I don't know.
Discounted rates are available for groups of 15 or above.
I don't know how you ended up there, but
I don't know how I ended up there either, but it's beautiful.
oh my God.
And I ended up there twice.
Nice.
And it wasn't. I was like, oh, let's do this website instead. Back to the same spot.
Like, how did I end up there again?
And I ended up in this spot.
Oh my God.
All right, I'm gonna get a power cord for my son really quick. I'll be right back.
Let's take a quick break. Ugh. Ugh. Let's take a quick break. Oh my God, I got the yawns.
Quick break.
we're-
I gotta do another shot, I think.
Yeah, I gotta go get some rum so I can take a swig. So,
Please do, and then we'll do another absurd
yeah,
Cards
we'll do
Against
another-
Humanity.
so enjoy the creepy music while we go take care of other shit, and we'll be right back.
To get me.
Ooh, we are back. The number 5.
Do I use it?
How do I use it? I don't know.
Did I just get possessed twice? Okay.
Okay, so Eastern State.
How do I use it?
How do you use what?
The pointy end goes in the other guy. So Desmond is joining us for a little bit.
All right. Get that last little bit of grandson time in before he's got to go.
Yeah. Grandma's back starting to hurt.
Oh, I thought David was there already.
I thought he was too, but I guess he's on his way and they're just not here yet. But yeah, I had to get that. I gave him one of my old desktops, but I didn't give him the power cord for it.
Okay, watching you.
Yeah, mine said 5 watching, possessed, sister possessed.
Mine said 5 too.
Yeah.
Mine said 5 killed.
Mine said 5 watching. That's
Mine
interesting.
said 5 killed. And then married. How do I use it? How do I use it? Oh, are you okay?
Well, that kind of makes sense.
Oh, that's funny.
I don't know where.
So Eastern State.
Eastern State Pen. This is one of your spots.
Yeah. It's over 100. It was open for over 180 years, from 1829 to 1971.
Mm-hmm.
It's considered America's first true penitentiary. This place had running water and central heat before the actual White House did. In fact, the White House kind of stole its designs to do what it needed to do to get heat and electricity. Al Capone spent his first prison sentence in this place, which was only 1 year. But while
that would be my son.
Yeah, while he was there, he was actually haunted in his own cell by James Clark. Slick Willie Sutton was there.
Mm-hmm.
Smith.
That's funny. It said blacksmith because I was just getting ready to say, and it said halt. I was going to say they moved a 140-year-old lock.
Yeah.
And when they removed the lock, a force overcame the dude and was unable to move.
Look, is that Daddy? Is that Daddy?
Thinking it opened up a gate for all the trapped spirits. Now if they, hey, what's up, bud? He can't hear me.
Speak.
I'm doing
He says,
good.
"How are you?"
I
Yeah.
appreciate you asking.
Yeah. Spirit asked how he was.
At least the spirit cares.
They are talkative
And
tonight.
John also cares very well. Hi.
I care about you, Dave, not your brother.
He said he cares about you, but not your brother.
Yeah, because my brother's a douche.
He still hasn't accepted his friend request.
Because Eric's sad.
We're boycotting Eric right now.
Okay, so my random cards, it says, "I swear to God, I'm gonna murder my husband if he doesn't shut the fuck up about."
Oh, about what? Shut the fuck up.
About free 2-day shipping with Amazon Prime.
Man, we gotta get it. It's got free 2-day shipping.
I think I've had that conversation with my wife.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, you got a little fedora
Yeah.
thing going on
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, that's actually for his son.
It doesn't fit.
No, it doesn't fit. It's not going to fit you.
Wait, hold on. No,
Oh, don't do
I'll
that.
break it.
Oh,
But
I forgot
it
my
does
rum.
not fit at all.
You forgot your rum?
Hey, what you looking
my
at?
rum. Ah.
Ooh, that's full.
You're going at it. You have fun, Dad.
Thanks.
Yeah, fun, Dad.
He goes, "Oh, you're going at it."
Oh, that's awesome.
So yeah, like you said, so this was the penitentiary refined the revolutionary system of separate incarceration, first pioneered at the Walnut Street Jail, which emphasized principles of reform rather than punishment. Notorious criminals such as Al Capone and bank robber Willie Sutton were held inside this innovative wagon wheel design. James Bruno, also known as Big Joe, and several male relatives were incarcerated here between 1936 and 1948 for the alleged murders of in the Kilrays massacre of 1934. Before they were paroled at its completion, the building was this is a show, just calm down. The building was the largest and most expensive public structure ever erected in the United States,
Yeah,
and quickly became a model for more than 300 prisons worldwide.
yeah. This place is.
The
Wait, you got.
prison. Oh, wait.
I got the
I have a
picture.
picture.
I got the picture.
You got the picture? I'll read.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. It's Eastern dot
Yeah.
PNG. There it is. Looks like a castle.
Dude, dude, this
I'm okay. I'm a little drunk.
reminds me of the movie The Last Castle, honestly, the way this is set up. But yeah.
Yeah, the Robert Redford film. Good movie.
Yeah. That place is freaking huge, dude.
That came out the nose.
Uh,
Okay. The prison is currently a U.S. historical landmark, which is open to the public as a museum for tours 7 days a week, 12 months a year, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m.
wow.
Yeah, designed by John Haviland and opened on October 25th, 1829. Eastern State is considered to be the world's first true penitentiary. Eastern State's revolutionary system of incarceration, dubbed the Pennsylvania system, or separate system, encouraged separate confinement as a form of rehabilitation. The warden was legally required to visit every inmate every day, and
Wow.
the overseers were mandated to see each inmate 3 times a day.
Oh, wow.
The Pennsylvania system was opposed contemptuously by the Auburn system, also known as the New York system, which held that prisoners should be forced to work together in silence and could be subjected to physical punishment. Sing Sing Prison was an example of this system. Kathleen, thank you. Although the Auburn system was favored in the United States, Eastern State's Radical Four Plan and system of solitary confinement was the model for over 300 prisons worldwide. Yes.
Don't mind me.
Are you just...
Don't mind me. Go back to your stuff.
Wait.
Punish.
Punish. My thing is, it's the thing you just said punish. Oh. I'm about to be...
Ah!
Ah! There's a giant caterpillar coming at me.
I thought that was a bee.
That's all I wanted to do.
It's kind of a bee, but it's like a thing that Piper rides.
Oh, okay.
And or Larry. Hi, Romeo.
He's old and fat.
Like, I don't want to know that.
I'm not kissing you.
Smell the sake.
You smell, you reek.
I kiss. It was disgusting.
Well, good. Let's see. So, Eastern States Reticle 4 plan and system of solitary confinement was the model for their prisons. I live here. Critic and activist John Neal in 1841 expressed revulsion at the international reputation of a nation that broke away from all its bans and fetters only 50 or 60 years ago, overthrowing prisons, palaces, and thrones in her march toward universal emancipation. Already renowned throughout the whole earth for her prisons, her manacles, and her badges of servitude. It's interesting. Not sure what. Oh, okay. It's talking about the nation. Okay. Originally, inmates were housed in cells that could only be accessed by entering through a small exercise yard attached at the back of the prison. Only a small portal, just large enough to pass meals, opened onto the cell blocks. This design proved impractical, and in the middle of construction, cells were constructed that allowed prisoners to enter and leave the cell blocks through the metal doors that were covered by a heavy wooden door to filter out noise. The halls were designed to have the feel of a church.
Huh.
And that brings me to that.
Yeah, I was showcasing that one too. That's that. Look how, I mean, it's just door, just flat rock.
Yeah. Some believe the doors were small so prisoners would have a harder time getting out, minimizing an attack on an officer. Others have explained the small doors forced the prisoners to bow while entering the cell.
Oh wow.
This design is related to penance and ties to the religious inspiration of the prison. The cells were made of concrete with a single glass skylight representing the eye of God, suggesting to the prisoners that God was always watching them. Outside the cell was an individual area for exercise, enclosed by high walls so prisoners could not communicate. Exercise time for each prisoner was synchronized so no two prisoners next to each other would be out at the same time. Prisoners were allowed to garden and even keep pets in their exercise yard.
Positive.
When a prisoner left his cell, an accompanying guard would wrap a hood over his head to prevent him from being recognized by other prisoners. Wow, this is kind of impressive. Cell accommodations were advanced for their time, including a faucet with running water over a flush toilet, as well as curved pipes along part of one wall, which served as central heating during the winter months, where hot water would be run through the pipes to keep the cells reasonably heated. Toilets were remotely flushed twice a week by the guards of the cell block.
Oh my god. That would suck.
Boy, if you had IBS.
Oh my god.
Horrible. The
I'm
original
flush this week.
Can you give me an extra flush? You guys had enchiladas for lunch. The original design of the building was for 7 one-story cell blocks. But by the time cell block 3 was completed, the prison was already over capacity. All subsequent cell blocks had 2 floors. Toward the end, cell blocks 14 and 15 were hastily built due to overcrowding. They were built and designed by prisoners. Cell block 15 was for the worst behaved prisoners, and the guards were gated off from them entirely.
Wow.
Front of you.
In front of you. That's a new one. Inmates were punished with the individual treatment system. At the time, this form of punishment was thought to be most effective. they would be separated from the others. That's it. I'm putting you on timeout.
Yeah.
In 1924, Pennsylvania Governor Clifford Pinchot allegedly sentenced Pep the cat murdering dog, an actual dog, to a life sentence at Eastern State Penitentiary.
Oh my God, really?
Pep allegedly murdered the governor's wife's cat. Prison records reflect that Pep was assigned an inmate number,
Oh my God.
C2559, which is seen in his mugshot.
Oh my God.
However, the reason for Pep's incarceration remains a subject of some debate. A contemporary newspaper article reported that the governor donated his own dog to the prison to increase inmate morale.
Oh wow.
On, on April 3rd, 1945, a major escape was carried out by 12 inmates, including the famous Willie Sutton.
Slick Willie said.
Yeah, who over the course of a year managed to dig an undiscovered 97-foot tunnel under the prison wall. During renovations in the 1930s, an additional 30 incomplete inmate dug tunnels were discovered.
Wow. Wow. That's a lot of tunnels.
That's a lot of tunnels, and that's a lot of somebody not paying attention.
That's yeah.
Yeah, and it was designated a National Historic Landmark in 1965. The prison was closed in 1971. Many prisoners and guards were transferred to Gratford Prison, about 31 miles northeast. The city of Philadelphia purchased the property with the intention of redeveloping it. The site had several proposals, including a mall and a luxury apartment complex surrounded by the old prison walls. During the abandoned era, from the closing until late 80s, a forest grew in the cell blocks and outside within the walls. The prison also became home to many stray cats, as kind of a revenge against the dog, I guess.
Yeah.
In 1988, the Eastern State Penitentiary Task Force successfully petitioned Mayor Wilson Goode to halt redevelopment in 1994. Eastern State opened to the public for history tours.
Huh. So mine said devil, Lord, bless, and light. While you're reading.
Mine said, well, why did you come? Up, Carl, why did you come? 7, and kitchen. So I guess we got another number.
That's a lot of low numbers. 2, 5, and 7.
Yeah, and I'm getting the low numbers for some reason.
Yeah.
So it talks about the end of the solitary confinement system. The solitary confinement system eventually collapsed due to overcrowding problems. By 1913, Eastern State officially abandoned the solitary system and operated as a congregate prison until it closed in 1970. Eastern State was briefly used to house city inmates in 1971 after a riot at Holmesburg Prison. The prison was one of the largest public works projects in the early republic. I'm uncomfortable too. And was a tourist destination in the 19th century. Notable visitors included Charles Dickens and Alex de Tocqueville, whoever the heck that is. And later notable inmates included Willie Sutton and Al Capone in 1929. Visitors spoke with prisoners in their cells, proving that inmates were not isolated, although prisoners themselves were not allowed to have visits with family and friends during their stay. So other people could come and visit them, but family and friends couldn't.
That's funny. I wonder why that is. I wonder why.
That's weird. It's like that was a form of punishment or something. Most of the early prisoners were petty criminals incarcerated for various robbery and theft charges. Muggers, pickpockets, purse snatchers, burglars, etc. And the first-time offenders often served 2 years.
Wow.
Huh.
Let's talk about the hauntings of this place. I forgot to write this down.
Huh.
What are you saying?
So it talks about ghost cats. When the prison closed in 1971, a colony of cats lived inside. When restoration began, the cats were captured and neutered, thus causing them to eventually die off. Artist Linda Brenner sculpted 39 cat sculptures which surround the property.
Huh.
The sculptures were supposedly made of a material that slowly dissolves over time to represent the inevitable natural decay that faces all living things. Or Emily.
Huh.
I just thought that was really interesting.
Ghost cats. That's not the first ghost cat we've talked about on this show.
No, it's not.
Trying.
You're trying? I'm trying too.
I'm trying too. And mine says trapped.
Huh.
Hmm.
They have EVPs there telling people to get out.
I figured I was on.
You're on. I'm trying to read about the penitentiary and then there's David.
More. This is
got-
more.
More?
A fun fact.
More David. It wants more of you.
Once more, David.
More David.
It actually said David?
It just said more.
You just said more. We added the David.
Because I said there's David and it said more. And it said blessed. It said blessed acts.
I thought it said less.
Man. Be a holy warrior of doom.
Holy warrior.
Way.
Play.
Go away.
Go away. It's a go away.
You went into the holy warrior. It's like, go away.
Changed my mind. You can leave now.
That is
Oh my god, that's funny.
oh.
Let's see. So when it was built, Eastern State Penitentiary was one of the most expensive buildings in the United States. And mine just said Satan.
Oh, it's gone over to your side now.
Blessed acts and then Satan.
Mine went devil, blessed, and light. So I like mine better.
And it just said Father.
Oh.
Travel Channel's Ghost Adventures conducted a paranormal investigation at the prison and captured disembodied voices, shadow figures, and other unexplainable occurrences. Notorious criminals like Al Capone and bank robber Willie Sutton did time at the penitentiary. Eastern State Penitentiary is on the bucket list for the more paranormally haunted place in the U.S. And yeah, it's on my bucket list too. Yeah. Teams brave enough to search for evidence don't ever seem to leave empty-handed. Ghost hunters revealed that what appeared to be an apparition of a man walking through cell block 12.
Yeah.
The crew for Travel Channel's Most Haunted recorded objects moving on their own. Investigators with the production team claim to have communicated with multiple spirits.
Huh.
So communicated, so that's intelligent.
Yeah.
Let's see, tour guides. When the aging prison opened for tours, people can't stay away. It's located in the middle of Fairmont Street in Philadelphia and has become one of the most visited tourist destinations in Pennsylvania. And this, I guess, is for Bill, because I think Bill's in that area.
Yeah.
Thousands of people explore the historic penitentiary every year, and several emerge with their own ghost stories. Guests claim to get a glimpse of a man standing in the guard tower on the property. However, there is no way to physically get to the top of the tower. The brick stairs crumbled away years ago.
Wow.
So that's an apparition. Other employees and tourists hear whispering, giggling, even weeping while exploring the property. When they investigate where the noises are coming from, they never find the source. And the apparition of a mysterious woman is spotted so often that employees have named her the Soap Lady.
Wow.
She sits in the last cell on the second floor wearing white. The second floor held the woman's cell block when the prison was operational. Chicago gangster Al Capone spent 8 months locked up in the penitentiary. Apparently, the spirits of the prison were powerful enough to terrify even the most vicious mob bosses. Capone's criminal network made sure his accommodations in Eastern State were luxurious. His cell could have been mistaken for a cozy living room, complete with oil paintings and fine furniture. Although he was living like a king, an unforeseen force terrified him at night. The crime boss would let out blood-curdling screams in the darkness, begging for someone named Jimmy to leave him alone.
Which is supposed to be James Clark.
Yeah. Many people believe Jimmy may be the spirit of Jimmy Clark, one of the men killed by Capone's execution orders in the St. Valentine's Massacre. Even after Capone was released from Eastern State, the entity continued to torment Capone. Out of desperation, Capone even hired a medium, but that didn't seem to work either.
Oh.
Eventually, he lost his mind and ended up in a mental institution the final years of his life.
Wow. Yeah. They say cell block.
Hello.
Cell block 6 has a dark, unnerving shadow that slowly slides down the wall. Cell block 12 has an evil soul that cackles at you. And cell block 4 has ghostly faces on walls, loud whispers, and loud screams coming from it.
Hmm.
I still find the fact that this blacksmith or locksmith removes this 140-year-old lock, and when he opens it, a force overcomes him and was unable to move.
That is a great picture. I want to put this up.
And the locksmith actually thinks that he opened up a gate for all the trapped spirits.
Oh, that's interesting. So we think there might be a portal here.
Maybe, or just this freaking lock has been on there for 140 years. No, none of these spirits are able to get out. They thought they were still in prison because the door wouldn't open.
Hmm.
A possible portal, maybe. I'm waiting for this picture for you to throw up.
Yeah, check this out. This is one of the cells.
Oh yeah, look how small that is, man.
Knife.
But, working at a state.
Oh, shit. Mine just said John.
No.
It said John and then knife.
What about my knife?
I don't know, dude. What about his knife? No?
Trash.
It just said no.
Mine said Kelly and then trash.
Mine said Kelly before, too.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
I know I had the name Kelly.
Honestly, I mean, besides it being all cement wall, this is pretty much the average size of a cell.
Yeah. Oh, bye, buddy. Thanks for playing with me today. Yeah. 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 I had fun too. We went for a nice walk today. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We saw the trees and the birds. He loved it. Yeah. Yeah. He's smiling at me. I'm stuck. Yeah. Yeah.
Mine just said gun.
Okay, so what's gonna happen here? I'm gonna cover you. I'm gonna do it 3 times.
You're gonna
run.
and I'm gonna disappear. If I get up off this chair, I'm gonna fall on my face.
Okay, I was about to say.
I've had two shots of Sakya, so I'm
Oh no, you're good.
yeah,
You
I'm
shouldn't go anywhere.
I'm kind of glazed over right now.
All right. I love you, man.
Love you, son.
Later, John.
Later, David.
I love the
Get home safe.
Yeah, it's a fridge.
I know. I noticed. I know it looks like a fridge.
Look.
So therefore, I had the fridge.
Fridge.
You have all your beer.
Beer.
Hey, you want a beer?
Don't take my beer.
Bye, man.
Bye, man. Love you.
If you take my beer, it'll just be spirit.
It'll be just spirit.
I was gonna say, do you usually post this stuff on YouTube too, or not?
Yeah, it's live.
Yeah, we're live on YouTube. Yeah.
Oh, you guys are live on. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the video.
Spirits with John and Dave.
I'll make sure I follow that as well.
Cool.
Bye, man.
Love you.
Later. Love you. Bye.
John says bye. Love you. He says bye. Oh, bribed. Yeah, sometimes. Ooh, this is interesting. So it talks about the different types of punishment at the penitentiary.
Oh yeah.
Missing. Ooh, that's nice. Okay, the iron gag.
Yes. It ripped people's tongues off.
Yeah. Let's say you're a few months into your sentence in 1834 and you can't bear keeping your mouth shut any longer. That's how an inmate, Matthias Macumsey, may have felt in 1833. While he was serving time for manslaughter, Macumsey tried to talk to his neighbor. When he got caught by guards, they slapped the iron gag on him. To do this, they bound and shackled his hands behind his back. They put an iron casted gag over his tongue. The gag was attached by chains to the shackles on his wrists. Then they left him there. 1 hour later, he was found dead in his cell.
Ripped his fucking tongue off.
Apparently the iron collar ripped up his tongue and he bled to death.
Yes.
Then there's the mad chair.
Yeah.
Early Philadelphia doctors believed mental illness spread through the body through circulation. They thought that they could cure insanity by simply making sure blood couldn't pump through the body. This is dumb. I had to put that out. The best way to do this, restricting all movement. The mad chair was created so inmates could be strapped in so tightly that it was literally impossible to move.
1/8 of an inch of movement, maybe.
Yeah. They would be forced to sit in this chair for days without food. Restricting the blood flow inevitably caused damage to the body, and inmates often needed limbs amputated after spending time in the mad chair.
Yeah.
And then there's the water bath. If you broke the rules during the winter season, you would be subjected to another horrific punishment. A guard would dunk your head in ice cold water, then hang you on a wall all night.
In the freezing cold.
The frigid air would cause your skin to ice over before morning, and many did not make it through the night.
Yeah. Die of hypothermia.
Wow.
You don't remember talking about those when we were talking
about? Yeah. I remember it. It's bringing all this back.
Yeah.
And I was just like, oh man, I remember this.
Yeah.
And then there's the Halloween haunted house that they do there.
Yeah. They do a Halloween haunted house.
I'm really interested in doing that.
Male.
Female. So what do you think about the paranormal aspect of this place? Because there's a lot of history here.
There's a lot of history. This is huge historical. Happy. I don't think it's a happy place.
No.
Hole.
Asshole.
It's the first time I've gotten that in a while.
I haven't heard that go through in a bit. Some of these cell boxes are pretty unnerving. That fucking lock, that 140-year-old lock, it bugs me.
They said an estimated 75,000 inmates served time here between 1829 and 1971.
180 years this place was open. That's a lot. That's a long time for a penitentiary to be open.
I'm looking at some of these pictures and they're just amazing.
Yeah.
Of the inside of this place.
Yeah.
Amanda's my daughter. Don't you go crazy now. And Teresa.
I can't believe you said my name.
You did say your name. And then Knife.
And then Knife. I don't like that part. Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Eastern State has a few famous inmates. Chicago's, blah, blah, served 8 months.
Colorado.
So, 190 years in operation is what it says. Almost 190 years.
Yeah.
8 months for carrying a deadly weapon in a concealed manner. Because of his money, he was placed on the Park Avenue block, allowing him to furnish his cell with whatever he wanted, like lamps, plants, and skylights. 2 skylights. And they have a picture of it.
Oh, wow.
Which is pretty cool. You can see a lamp, you see the skylights, you see like a bed with covers on it. There's like a little desk with a hutch and a chair in the back.
Yeah, he had a little bit of a luxurious
little throw rug in the middle. Slick Willie Sutton served an 11-year sentence as a famous bank robber, and then he unsuccessfully tried to escape by digging a tunnel with his fellow inmates in the 1940s. Yeah, I'm uncomfortable too. It's really interesting. There's quite a bit of stuff going on here.
Yeah.
What strikes you as, this is like one of your main spots.
Yeah, so there's 2 things that's throw out for me, and I keep going back. One is the 140-year-old lock that fucking just unleashes some unforeseen force.
Yeah. That's got me interested too.
And the shadow figure that slowly slides down the wall in cell box 6 is a little sticks out to me pretty good.
I'm just going to throw this out there. Could that be a creeper?
Yeah, right? I was thinking that myself. I mean, yeah, I'd have to say Eastern State Penitentiary has its own creeper.
Yeah. Rest in peace.
Now,
nice.
What I don't remember hearing about is anybody getting touched or harmed or anything in this place.
That there's like stuff being thrown at people. Yes, Mama? Yes. Yeah, I can only give him one a day for a week, and then I can go to 2.
Go from 5 milligrams to 10 milligrams.
Yep. But he's got to go through a loading phase for a week.
Yep.
So I gave it to him early this morning.
Quiet.
Be quiet. It says.
Yes. Oh, white.
So,
Huh? Oh, cool.
so yeah, there are reports of stuff being thrown at people, but I don't remember seeing anything where people have actually been
I
touched.
haven't seen anybody like physically being touched or pushed or scratched or anything like that. You know, a lot of this stuff here is emotional.
Yeah. Okay.
This is what
A
I'm
lot
seeing.
of EVPs.
A lot of EVPs. A lot of like feeling like you're being watched or like feeling of being trapped or something. That's a big one that I'm seeing is a lot of people
Yeah.
felt like they're being trapped or like stuck somewhere.
Okay. So let's go into the scoring here. So residual on this place, I think, is right there with Waverly.
Yeah, I think this is big.
Actually, I
I might go
more.
10.
I think it's more than Waverly, honestly.
Yeah, I might go 10 on the residual here.
But the intelligence of this place, that's the question mark for me.
I don't know. I mean, I know there's shadow figures. There's some intelligent going on,
there's some intelligence.
but I don't
like
think it's as high as Waverly.
all the intelligent doesn't seem like it's. I think okay. I think all the intelligent is not human.
It's yours.
Yes. But I mean that still gives point to the intelligent.
Yeah.
But more of the score goes to the non-human.
Yeah. So
Blessed.
I would probably put the intelligent I'd probably put the intelligent actually at a 6.
Okay. I was at a 7.
Okay. Well, if you're at a 7, then we're at a 7.
Then we're at a 7. The non-human is good here.
I
mean,
I
it's bad, but it's good. It's abundant. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. I would put the non-human here up with the Trans-Allegheny.
Yeah. It says do not.
Okay. Maybe in between Waverly Hills and Trans-Allegheny.
Is 8 okay? Can we do 8?
Can we do 8?
Answer me now. We're going to 9.
9.
Okay, no response. We go to 9. But yeah, I think this rivals Trans-Allegheny for the non-human aspect.
Now the
Poltergeist activity. Again, there's stuff being thrown. Now I get Albert. Okay. There's stuff being thrown at people. Is it?
I also think the poltergeist activity is still lower than Trans-Allegheny.
Oh, you think it's even lower than a 7?
I think it's lower than a 7 here. I'm not hearing about doors being open and shut. I mean, yeah, we got some stuff being thrown at people.
That's my wife. She don't know who I am.
She don't know who I am. Good night.
He said good night. He said
Love
love.
you.
She said love you. He said love you. Yeah. So were you at a 6?
I'm at a 6 here.
Oh, somebody's angry about that.
Oh, yeah? What would it say?
It said angry.
No. Angry.
Angry.
I'm
It's
not
angry.
a lot of reports. I mean, yeah, we got a little bit of stuff being thrown, but it's not more than what Trans-Allegheny is. It's less than Trans-Allegheny.
Yeah, I'm down for a 6.
Now, the history, I think, is a 10 here.
Yeah, I agree with that. With Capone and Willie Sutton and all the stuff, and
Oh,
the fact that it was open for 190 years, and it was like the start of like all the penitentiaries, and
it had central heat and water before the White House.
yeah. So much, in fact, that tourists came to visit the prison
More than the White House.
more than the White House because they were like, dude, this is like, it was the
300
most expensive.
over,
Okay,
over
it was the most
3
expensive place in the United States. The most
over-
expensive building.
Yeah, over 300 penitentiaries based their model off this place. I
Yep.
mean, a lot of history. So let's go into the aspects of the hauntings themselves, though.
Yep. Okay, so
physical.
physical. So there's not a whole lot of touching and pushing and stuff,
No,
but there are apparitions.
we are seeing apparitions, shadow figures, faces, stuff being thrown. I know that's also part of objects, but it's still part of the physical aspect of it.
Watching you.
Touching you?
This
Or
is
what?
watching you day. So it's watching me during the day.
Oh, that's interesting.
So
Always.
we have always. We have Waverly Hills and Trans-Allegheny both at a 9.
I don't think
it's at a 9.
I'm leaning more towards a 7.
Okay. I'm down for that. Okay, voice phenomena.
A lot of good voice phenomena.
A lot of good voice phenomenon. A lot of sounds.
EVPs telling people to get out. Whispers, loud screams, footsteps.
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
I think this is on par with Waverly on the voice phenomenon.
Okay, that's an 8. So not as good as Trans-Allegheny.
I still think Trans-Allegheny holds the top spot with voice.
Okay. Hell, nice. Okay, objects moving.
Not a lot.
Not as much. I mean, we got 10s for both, and then this isn't even close.
No, not even close to Waverly or Trans-Allegheny.
Yeah. 6?
I can't. I'm like, I can't even give this a 7.
I can't even give it a 7. I got to go 6. Mechanical. This is an interesting one. Mechanical electrical.
This is interesting because I didn't remember reading any reports on doors
Coughing
opening.
again.
I don't remember.
It's funny. The reports I hear are sounds of doors opening and closing, but not reporting that they're actually opening and closing. So, like, you hear the doors opening and closing, but they don't see it. It's not actually happening.
Yeah. So that it's a residual energy. Going on in the prison. So mechanical, I think.
We have Trans-Allegheny at a 6 and Waverly Hills at a 9.
I knew they have battery issues there.
Yes.
And things like that. And that's kind of where Trans-Allegheny was with their mechanical. There wasn't a lot of happenings going on, I guess.
Yeah.
So I'd probably put it right there on par with the Trans-Allegheny at a 6.
Yeah.
Emotion.
I think emotion's high here.
This is the place that scares me over Penhurst for some reason.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I'm at a 9 because I know how I would feel in this place.
Yeah.
And how the people were treated there, and that it's a prison in general.
I can tell you, I was probably at a 9 all the time at work.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It really wears you down just
Mhm.
being in this kind of place. The fear factor has to be really unnerving in this place.
Yeah.
And for some reason, this place freaks me out. I don't know why.
There's always a feeling like you're being followed or watched or whatever in this place.
Yeah.
More so than a lot of prisons. I think I'm at a 9
Yeah,
for the emotion here.
I think I'd go with a 9 here. So let's add this up. 17, 26,
Going.
32, 42, 59, or 49, 57. Wow, 78?
Yep.
Now, the danger level here is I
See,
don't know why. This
you have this higher than I do.
yeah, if I don't know why this place freaks me out. I don't know if it's something I've seen in a dream. I don't know. But there's something about the lock. There's something about that freaking shadow in cell block 6 that really gets me about this
Yeah.
place.
Oh, Flames, nice. And Demon, I didn't even see that one. So I got Coffin, Flames. What year is it? Demon, Flames. Thank you so much.
Huh.
But I wanted. I'm gonna jump off topic for a second. I
Okay.
watched an episode of Portals to Hell last week.
Oh, I love that show.
Yep. They went to a place and they talk about a guy that they call Top Hat.
No. No, they don't. No, they don't.
Yep.
That's interesting.
Yeah. It's an old theater. Ooh, that's interesting because there was a fire at the theater and I just got the word burnt.
That's
But
great.
so there was a fire at the theater and the theater it was leveled because the fire just like took the whole building and then they rebuilt another theater on top of it. And they have somebody that they call the Top Hat and it's a shadow figure that's always in the upstairs apartment above the theater.
Wow.
And the way they describe him, like to a T, matches your dude.
Wow. Dude, I so want to call Jack Osborne right now. I'm like, dude, you have no idea. Let me tell you about my top hat.
I got something for you. Okay, so I'm gonna guess that you're at a 10 for the danger level.
I am at a 10 for the danger level here.
Yeah.
And I can't explain it, but like I said, it could be something that's in my head. It could be something I'm feeling. Hell, it could be Top Hat telling me something.
Top Hat going, don't mess with this dude. I won't go here with you if you if you go here. And that makes sense to me. That Top Hat's like, okay, there's dudes that I'll protect you from these dudes, but from this guy that's at
I
Eastern
can't help
State, no. And I get that you're at a 10. I'm at an 8 for the danger level here.
Okay, so
What happened?
So that evens it out at a 9.
I don't know what happened. I don't even know why Top Hat's with me.
Mine just said Zachary. That's a new one. That's a new
weird-
name.
Yeah. So with the 9, that would put us at an 87.
87.
Altogether.
Mm-hmm.
Where this is our lowest scoring one so far.
Yep.
I wasn't expecting that, honestly.
We got 2 spots left.
Yeah, time to hit good old Leavenworth.
Oh, that's interesting. I have Penhurst before Leavenworth.
Really?
Yeah.
You went Leavenworth Penhurst. I
I
went
I went Leavenworth, Penhurst, Eastern, Waverly, Trans-Allegheny.
Penhurst, Leavenworth, Eastern, Waverly, Trans. Well, okay, which one do you want to do? Pens or Leavenworth?
Interesting.
It's
Let's
your show, bud. It's your birthday.
angry. I got angry again.
You.
Eh,
Watching you? I'm
watching you.
watching you watching me.
I'm
How about
watching
that?
me, watching you, watching me. All right.
You want to do Penhurst first?
Let's do Penhurst first.
Leavenworth is our
Huh. Okay. So what's up? YouTube user Dan the Man wanted to see Netflix. So here we go.
oh. What's the what?
What's up? YouTube user Dan the Man wanted to see Netflix. So here we go. Alrighty then.
Interesting. Not as funny as the first two.
Not as funny as the first two. I kind of want another one. We need to make up for that. Oh,
Yeah.
Jesus. That's a huge. Okay. Okay. Oh, have you seen this new documentary on Netflix? I don't want to give anything away, but let's just say it will change the way you look at a little sewer girl strangling a pigeon. That one I'll take.
I've never seen anybody do it that way before. Oh my god.
Okay, so what we're doing, we're going to do Penhurst first.
You want to do Penhurst first? Let's go to Penhurst.
Let's go to Penhurst. This is my Rachmaninoff. This is I live here. This is my Ninth Symphony.
Originally called Eastern Penn Institution for the Feeble-Minded and Epileptic.
Penhurst.
Boy, that's an awesome freaking. From 1903 to 1987, this place was open. By 1960, housed 2,791 patients. 900. What does that say? Oh, yeah. 900 patients past their maximum occupancy. 10,600 people actually lived there throughout their time. Half of that died there. So this place had 5,300 deaths in its span that it was open.
Hospital.
Yes, it was a hospital. Or I guess it was an asylum.
Ray.
It does say Asylum.
Yeah.
Wow. This place is so great.
Sin.
Yeah. Previously known as the Eastern Pennsylvania State Institution for the Feeble-Minded and Epileptic, was opened on November 23rd, 1908. In its 79 years of operation, there were hundreds of allegations of abuse and neglect of patients, many of whom were mentally or physically disabled.
It ranks up with the abuses of Waverly Hills.
Oh yeah, and Trans-Allegheny and
Oh yeah.
all those guys. According to paranormal researchers, Penhurst Asylum is one of the most haunted places in Pennsylvania, if not the United States, and I'm going to say the world. Ghost hunting has become a sort of cottage industry around the property. There's even a Penhurst Paranormal Association. Their tagline is "They lived here, they died here, and are still here."
I firmly believe that about this place.
Yep. Penhurst Asylum itself is beautiful, sprawling campuses of about 20 buildings. The older buildings are red brick with granite and terracotta trimmings, making them quite striking. The facility was built to be almost entirely self-sufficient, with a power plant, farmland, and other facilities on the property. And I want to stop for a second. We've hit 3 places that are like that now.
Yeah, self-sufficient.
Self-sufficient places. The only one that hasn't been so far is Eastern State.
Is Eastern State, but that was an actual penitentiary.
Yeah.
These Trans-Allegheny, Waverly Hills, and Penhurst are all sanatoriums or asylums.
Yeah.
So they like to try to take less money from the state, so they try to become more self-sufficient. Waverly Hills, though, actually had its own freaking zip code.
Yeah.
It was its own actual community. I mean, the people live there.
Yeah. Yeah. I think this place is like that too. For things that could not provide for themselves, it was serviced by a private rail line that brought supplies from the outside world. Many of the buildings are connected by underground fireproof tunnels to make moving patients around easier, like many similar facilities of the era. The buildings were designed with small rooms for 2 to 3 people, but within 4 years of its opening, Penhurst was already overcrowded due to pressure to admit immigrants, orphans, and criminals. Residents were classified with 3 categories: mental, imbecile, or insane.
Jesus.
Physical, epileptic, or healthy, and dental, good, poor, or treated.
Wow.
In 1913, the Pennsylvania legislature appointed a commission for the care of the feeble-minded, which stated that the disabled were unfit for citizenship and recommended a program for custodial care, meaning that Penhurst would become even more overcrowded. By the mid-1960s, the asylum housed 2,791 people, 900 more than the facility could comfortably accommodate. Most of the patients were children. And despite the facility's label as a school, only 200 of the residents were in any kind of art, education, or recreational programs that would have helped improve their condition, though many were high functioning enough to improve with such care.
Innocence.
Oh, that's interesting. The facility had only 9 medical doctors and 11 teachers on staff, none of whom had special education training. Bullying was rampant and unpoliced, and it's thought that this was the real reason for many accidental deaths and suicides that occurred. In 1968, conditions at Penhurst were finally revealed to the public in a 5-part TV series report by a local correspondent for NBC 10 named Bill Baldini. These segments were titled "Suffer the Little Children." The horrifying footage triggered public outcry, but it would still take almost a decade of legal action against Penhurst before the facility closed. The allegations that finally led to a lawsuit against Penhurst Asylum were those of Terry Lee Halderman, who, upon a visit to her parents, was found to have unexplained bruises. So I'm guessing this was a kid.
Yeah.
Although the case was never expected to go very far, the courts would find that the conditions at Penhurst were deplorable, violating the 14th Amendment. Be careful again. Wow. They also found that the institutions used cruel and unusual punishment, which violates both the 8th and 14th Amendment, as well as the Pennsylvania Mental Health and Retardation Act of 1966. In 1983, 9 employees were indicted on charges ranging from assaulting patients, some of whom were in wheelchairs, to arranging for patients to injure each other. All of these findings led to the district court's decision to close the facility. This was the first time that this was ever done based on a constitutional right to community services. And the case would become an important precedent known as the Penhurst Doctrine.
Wow.
None.
And no
Shortly
ending?
after.
And you in.
And you
Punish.
in.
I just said punish.
Punish, nice. In 2001, shortly after its closure, the Department of Military Affairs acquired
Sacrifice.
the upper campus, nice, and reopened it as the Southeastern Veterans Center.
Oh.
In 2001, the state began acknowledging its duties to maintain historic property in relation to Penhurst, and the Penhurst Memorial and Preservation Alliance was formed to advocate for certain uses of the property. As of 2010, the administration building has been renovated and repurposed as the Penhurst Asylum Haunted House. Despite controversy from locals and those previously affiliated with the asylum, the attraction has been successful.
Oh, yeah. Has to be.
Wow. This is interesting. So, Timothy Smith, the president and CEO of the PPA, which the Penhurst Preservation Alliance, I guess that's what that is the son of the property's current owner. And he believes that the high occurrences of paranormal activity at Penhurst could make it very profitable. The official research team for the Penhurst Asylum is the Shore Paranormal Research Society, a team of trained specialists whose purpose is to discover truth behind claims of paranormal activity. According to Jim Ansbach, the SPRS's founder and case manager, Penhurst Asylum is a hotspot for the paranormal. They have conducted numerous large-scale investigations of the property, taking photos, videos, audio recordings, and multiple the undeveloped buildings, reporting numerous sightings, mainly in the Quaker building. In the Quaker building, numerous shadow figures appear to manifest and dissipate at will. Those include what appears to be a young girl with long dark hair and a large hunched figure with dangling arms. Items have been seen moving while no one is near them, even going as far as to be propelled across the basement.
Wow.
Investigators have reported physical interactions with spirits, such as shoving and scratching. These assaults have left physical marks that could be seen after leaving the property. There are also multiple electromagnetic frequency spikes recorded while in the prison, despite there being no power currently supplied to it. One of the most well-documented occurrences at Penhurst is electronic voice phenomenon, which is the recordings of voices that could not be heard at the time of recording. Voices can be heard saying things like, "Go away," "We're upset," and disturbingly, "I'll kill you."
Oh,
Screaming and crying can also be heard without the help of recordings. It appears that despite patients being gone, the sounds of Penhurst Asylum remain. Penhurst Paranormal Association plans to open the former hospital for more ghost hunts in the future, with either with other paranormal institutions such as Eastern State Penitentiary, popular institutions, Eastern State Penitentiary in Philadelphia, and the Waverly Hills Sanatorium in Kentucky as business models.
Oh yeah.
Bedroom.
Interesting. They get a lot of EMF surges in this place.
A lot of EMFs, a lot of EVPs.
Go touching. What was it? The Simric building sees more apparitions than shadow people.
Yeah.
I know the Mayflower building is the one that
That's
you're.
the one I'm like,
Yeah.
I think there's a demon in there,
Well, I
and
mean,
that's going to be a fight for me.
they say there's a spirit in there who likes scaring alpha males. I mean, I don't. Are you an alpha male, Dave? Are you alpha male, Dave?
I consider myself a beta plus,
Or
maybe.
beta plus?
Yeah,
I'm O negative.
I'm O negative. I'm O positive. I'm not quite universal, but I'm close. Um,
um, I know that's the spot that has you.
yeah,
You
that's
don't
the
think
spot that has
that's where
me
you think the demon
jumping.
is at, not
Yeah,
actually at the Quaker Hall building,
right.
where they do have a lot of poltergeist activity there and demonic activities for what they've been reporting. You talked about them being touched and shoved, the EMF surges, the EVPs. You didn't hit on the hot spots and cold spots. This is one of the few places that we've ever talked about that doesn't just have cold spots, it actually has hot spots in there, and that's interesting.
That's interesting too. Yeah. Well, let's see. Today the building has bore witness to more than a few ghost hunting crews, searching for answers and to communicate with the patients who never left the walls. A sprawling network of buildings and tunnels were left abandoned, and tortured spirits grow restless within the confines of the Penhurst. Staff and caretakers of the property say that the buildings, as well as the underground tunnel network, are severely haunted by the spirits of the patients who suffered and died here. Reports of slamming doors, disembodied voices and footsteps, sounds of vomiting and
Wow.
crying are heard from seemingly empty rooms. Some witnesses have even reported the apparition of a little girl roaming around the campus, looking perplexed and a bit lost. The sound of children playing and crying is also a common occurrence. Most of the spirits at Penhurst are believed to be friendly, just looking for someone living to communicate with, to tell their story. Reports of satanic worship have come from the property also.
Really? I don't think I wrote that down last time.
You know, a site of otherworldly urban decay, the asylum sits stagnant with twisting vines and roots weaving in and out of the buildings. Oh man, I want to put that picture up.
I got it. Keep reading.
Scream.
Okay, you got it. Ah!
Scream. And mine said Kyle. I'm
Huh.
not sure what that's about.
Damn it, Cal!
Damn it, Cal! You killed Kenny. It almost seems like nature is trying to reclaim the stones, to destroy the unnatural happenings that took place here. Inside these tombs are hallways filled with old laundry totes, sagged with molded clothes and linens, layers of graffiti, rusted wheelchairs, and rain sneaking in. Raw, negative emotions filled the halls with Penhurst years ago, and most of that heaviness hasn't left. It's ingrained in the walls, the floors, and the ceilings. Today, Penhurst sits as a part haunted attraction, part memorial to the dead. It is hoped that we do not forget what happened here, as it is necessary to remember mistakes of the past to prevent them from happening in the future.
Huh.
I just wanted to finish that. But see,
This,
I have dreams of standing outside of the Mayflower building.
I find that interesting.
And
It's
the last time was a couple days before our ley line
Yeah, I
episode.
remember you saying that you
Yeah.
actually had another dream about Penhurst.
Yeah.
How far in do you go into that Mayflower building? Or are you always standing on the outside of it?
I've never been on the inside in my dream. I've always been on the outside looking in.
Do you think that's you keeping yourself from going in there, or do you think that's something keeping you out from going
I
in
think
there?
it's something keeping me out.
Which is why you think that's where the demonic entity is.
Yeah. And to be honest, I'm not exactly sure about that. It's either something's trying to keep me out or it's my own conscience trying to keep me out.
Yeah, it's like no, we're not in this state.
Yeah,
We ain't going
that's yeah. If Satan again, thank you. It says, "What is this, Satan?"
Portrait.
Portrait.
That's an interesting word, but um, this is my
Mother.
dangerous spot. This is my and it's that building. It's not. I want to go in the Quaker building for sure.
What originally drew you to Penhurst? Was it the dreams?
I think it was the dreams. I had the dreams before I saw my first
Paranormal show
that did it.
before Ghost
And
Hunt was out there.
and it was really before Ghost Hunters hit it. And it was really interesting because I didn't realize until Paranormal Lockdown
When you saw,
when I saw the outside of the Mayflower building.
I'm seriously gonna have to freaking reach out to freaking, what? It's Jack and
Well, Paranormal Lockdown, that was Nick Groff and Katrina Weidman.
I mean Portals to Hell. I mean Katrina.
Portals to Hell was Katrina and Jack Osborne.
I'm gonna have to reach out to those guys. I'm interested on that top hat. I'm just find that episode.
Not. It says not. Don't find that episode.
Don't find that episode.
What was it? It was just this last week, so I think it was called the Mabel Theater or something like that.
I'll have to check that out. Don't get me wrong. Penhurst is definitely top 5 spot that I want. I like actually top 2. Because I think our 1s and 2s are backwards between me and you.
Yeah.
God, I'm just looking at our old score going, I can see why we rated it this high.
Malco Theater. That's
Malco Theater. Okay. Is that season 2?
Season 3, episode 8. It's the most recent episode.
They're on. Oh, so they did start season 3.
Yeah.
I've been waiting for that. I just haven't
Penner?
been on.
Oh, that's interesting. Team Paranormal Investigations. Professional and novice paranormal investigation teams are encouraged to seek out this booking for your visit to Penhurst Asylum. Your team must be 10 people or more. The base for this event is $100 per person. Teams are welcome any night of the week. You will be provided your team's own Penhurst professional guide. This event is not equivalent to a site rental. I like you too. Well, thank you. That's interesting, but you have to have 10 people.
So they want $1,000. They want $1,000.
They want $1,000. Public paranormal tours investigate the notorious paranormal activity. Penhurst Asylum most Saturday evenings and select Fridays throughout the year. Upon arrivals, guests would be divided into groups of 10 to 15. Each small group will be led by a Penhurst paranormal guide. Groups will separate. Liar. It says right there. Groups will separate and search for paranormal activity in various hotspots throughout the
Heart
former
attack.
state hospital. Oh, that's nice.
Heart
Heart attack. Guests are welcome to bring their own investigative equipment or utilize Penhurst Asylum's equipment.
Is that how you died?
Paranormal teams are welcome to attend these events and will be permitted to remain as one group. However, teams must understand that they will not be the only group on site. Trapped. Yeah, I get that. I just thought that was interesting.
So if you think about Penhurst, it seems like, I mean, there's a lot going on here.
Yeah.
It has a very good mix of things going on here.
Yeah. This is like Trans-Allegheny level. Maybe even better.
Yeah.
With the variety.
All right. Well, how would you score the residual at this place? Again, how would you score the residual at this place?
No, there's quite a bit of residual here.
Knife. I think there's quite a bit of residual here.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. I think I mean, they stated that there's very much past patients walking around this place, which probably has a lot of residual. It's probably a lot of residual energy there. I would probably put this as a residual as a 9 in this place.
Yeah, I'm at a 9. I just got innocent. I know you've gotten that.
Yeah. When we're talking about the kids. Bathroom. That's interesting. Intelligent, though.
Oh.
I think the intelligent level ranks up there with Trans-Allegheny.
Yeah.
I think this is a 10 spot for intelligent.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm totally down for that. Non-human is interesting. I think I think there's two major spots where I think there's a non-human entity.
Quaker and Mayflower.
Yeah.
45.
45.
Far away.
Far away. We have too many numbers now.
And I think and it says mine says help.
Weak. Mine says weak.
Mine says stop and help.
So this non-human factor here. You have shadow people.
You have shadow.
You have very, very well 2 spots that probably has very possible demonic activity. It sounds like you have satanic worship going on.
Satanic worship. That's interesting. This might be a 10 for non-human for me.
I think I have to agree there. I think it's that one step above that Trans-Allegheny, and I'd have to put it as a 10.
Yeah. Trans-Allegheny and Eastern Center are both at a 9, and I think this is just a little bit higher.
Yeah. Now, the poltergeist activity is
that's not the same beer.
Considering they actually touch on actual poltergeist activity when they give the descriptions of the paranormal activity that's going on.
Yeah.
The highest we've given for poltergeist activity is Waverly Hills. And that was a 9.
That was a 9.
Is it better than Waverly Hills on poltergeist activity?
I'm not quite there.
I don't think it's better than. Is it equal to?
It's close.
If it's close, I'd have to say it'd be at an 8.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because Eastern State is a 6, Trans-Allegheny was a 7, Waverly Hills was a 9.
I'm thinking Penhurst is but not necessarily as good as Waverly Hills.
Yeah,
I'm lost. I like you.
Well, I'm sorry you're lost. I like you too. I think
Yeah, 8 is good. I like 8.
the
Window. Dead.
Which window?
I've got a lot of windows too. Mine got really quiet all of a sudden.
The history
Okay,
of this place.
so
It's not as historical as Eastern State.
no way.
I think that might be. Well, our last one might rank up there with a 10 too, but
I
I would.
I don't think it's even as strong as Waverly or Trans-Allegheny.
You
I
think
mean,
it's?
I think it's. I think I might give it an 8, but it's definitely not stronger than an 8.
I don't think it's stronger than an 8. I don't. I'm honestly kind of with you. I don't know if it's equal to Waverly.
I'm at a 7, I think.
I was thinking 7 with the
Yeah,
history.
yeah.
Okay, so now we talk about the aspects of the haunting itself. So
So physical
physical
apparitions,
apparition,
touching,
hot spots, cold spots.
hot spots, cold spots. Yes, yes. This this might be a 10.
Is it higher than Trans-Allegheny?
I think it's if not equal. Okay, bye.
I mean, they're coming over here.
Yeah, go to the Figueroa.
Or go to the Figueroa. Yeah, we really got to check in on that place.
I went over there like, damn, our activities ramped up in the last year.
What the hell is going on?
What the hell's going? What happened? These ghosts keep showing up.
Because let me see. Touch, shoved, scratched. I'm at a 10. I'm at a 10. I'm at a 10 on the physical.
Yeah, I'm at a
I
10 on
think
the physical.
it's higher
I'm at
than
I'm at a 10 on the voice here too.
dude, every place that has in this place has EVPs going off.
Yeah, there's EVPs everywhere
Yeah.
and cries and moans and
Yeah, that you're not even needing to
yeah,
record. You can just hear with your own ears.
yeah. If I could give this an 11 for voice, I would.
Yeah, this place likes to talk.
Yeah.
Trying.
You're trying? Well, I'm glad you're trying. Keep trying and just keep talking to me.
Okay. Objects moving.
Objects. That's the one thing that. Well, no, you got doors slamming.
You got door slamming. You got objects being thrown. You got objects moving on their own. But I'm not at a 10.
I'm
But
not.
I think I'm higher than a 6 for Eastern State.
Yeah, I'm not Waverly Hills or Trans-Allegheny.
Yeah.
Eastern State, I think we're higher than a 6.
Yeah.
I think I'm like right in between. I think I'm at an 8. I'm right in between those two.
Okay. I was at a 7, so 8 works.
Mechanical. This is the.
There's a lot of power drains here
lot of power
with
drain.
devices.
Not a lot of lights going on and off.
Not a lot of lights going on and off, except for paranormal investigations, lights going out, flashlights draining batteries,
Yeah.
cameras going off, SLS going off. So I think I'm at a 7 because I think it's a little bit better than Eastern State or Trans-Allegheny, but not even close to Waverly.
That makes sense to me. 7 makes sense because I think it is better in Trans-Allegheny Eastern State. But yeah, and not even close to mechanical of Waverly Hills. So yeah, 7 makes perfect sense here.
Okay. Emotional.
This is a 10 place.
Yeah. I was gonna wait for you to say something because I'm at a 10. Emotional and danger. I'm at a 10. I'm at a 10. I'm
It-
scared of this place. This place scares me.
and I'm the opposite. I'm right there at an 8 with you on the danger level
Yeah.
of this.
See, that's the same. We had the exact opposite with Eastern State.
Yeah,
So 10 on the emotion, and then that means 9 on the danger.
9 on the danger. I don't know why this place doesn't scare me. I'm like, I'll go on the Mayflower. I'll I'll go see what the demonic activity is going on in Quaker Hall. I'll just go in there.
So I have an 89 haunted level with a 97 danger bonus.
Wait a minute. 10, 20, 30, 40, 49, 57, 64, 72.
I was like, we have 5 10s on this one.
89, 89, 98.
Oh, 98.
All right.
That's right.
So our haunted level, our original scoring was 99 to 100. Our danger level was 98 to 100. We scored this, and if you average those out, even if you took the low numbers, you'd be sitting at a 97. Right? Or 98. Halt. That's kind of right on par of what we already scored this. Oh, you're getting the yawns too.
Yeah. Well, I had to get up early to go pick up my grandson, so
Yeah.
well, I'm going on like 3.5 hours sleep.
Yeah, I'm past my bedtime, so
And I have 2 open beers. I just realized that. I'm like, oh wait, I still got beer in this one. Wait a minute.
Gosh,
I thought I finished that one off. I've got 2 beers open.
he's
I'm
done.
not having any more sake. I am done.
Her.
Her.
Hmm.
So we got one more to do.
Mm-hmm.
We got Leavenworth.
Dead.
Dead.
Oh, shit. Oh god. What the fuck was
Millions of copies sold. Donald Trump's The Art of Having No Legs, Just Toes.
Someone's trying to talk to me in my fucking headset.
It's not me. I was trying to talk to you, but that wasn't me.
Dude, that was the fuck is that? Okay, I missed what you said. Something about Donald Trump's. Okay.
Shine.
Millions of copies sold. Donald Trump's The Art of Having No Legs, Just Toes. what what was I'm just making sure it's like not outside something I'm hearing. That's weird. I don't know what was trying to come through. That's so Fort Leavenworth. I don't know what that was. 1827, oldest active U.S. Army post west of D.C. It was part of the Indian Removal Act, the Kansas-Nebraska Act. It was used for World War I and II and the Civil War.
Mm-hmm.
Has over 3 dozen haunted houses inside this place.
Yeah. Built in 1827. This is the second oldest active United States Army post west of Washington, D.C., and the oldest permanent settlement in Kansas.
Is it the second oldest? West? I have it as the oldest.
It is
The
the
sec-
oldest, second, it's the second oldest active United States Army post west of Washington, D.C.
Oh, okay. Oh, mine just says
And,
old.
and the oldest permanent settlement in Kansas. Fort Leavenworth has been historically known as the intellectual center of the Army.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm watching you too. I'm watching me watching you. Um, During the country's westward expansion, Fort Leavenworth was a forward destination for thousands of soldiers, surveyors, immigrants, American Indians, preachers, and settlers who passed through. On August 1, 1846, a Mormon battalion led by Colonel James Allen arrived at Fort Leavenworth. Colonel Allen became ill and died on the fort. A headstone marks his grave at the Fort Leavenworth National Cemetery. Today, the garrison supports the U.S. Army Training and Doctrine Command by managing and maintaining the home of the U.S. Army Combined Arms Center. The CAC's mission involves leader development, collective training, and Army doctrine and battle command. Fort Leavenworth is also home to the Military Corrections Complex, consisting of the United States Disciplinary Barracks, the Department of Defense's only maximum security prison, and the Midwest Joint Regional Correctional Facility. In addition, Fort Leavenworth Garrison supports numerous tenant organization prison. I just named 3 prisons. That directly and indirectly relate to the functions of the CAC, including the United States Army Command and General Staff College and the Foreign Military Studies Office. The fort occupies 5,600 acres and 7 million square feet of space in 1,000 buildings and 1,500 quarters. It is located on the Frontier Military Scenic Byway, which was originally a military road connecting to Fort Scott and Fort Gibson.
Huh.
Fort Leavenworth was also the base of African American soldiers of the U.S. 10th Cavalry Regiment of the United States Army, formed on 21st September 1866 at Fort Leavenworth. They became known as the Buffalo Soldiers.
Yep.
Nicknamed by the Native American tribes whom they fought. The term eventually was applied to all of the African American regiments formed in 1866. I'm okay. I'm a little buzzed. So, I mean, this goes all the way back to the 18th century.
Oh yeah. Hey, it goes back to Civil War era.
Yeah, this is gonna really lead into the historical aspect of this place.
This was the staging ground for freaking Custer's Last Stand.
Yeah.
There's the history of this place is automatically going to be a 10. I mean, there's just
Who are you?
He's
I'm
John.
That's Dave.
I'm Dave.
Related.
Pretty damn close.
Closest to related that you can get without being biological.
Yeah. Let's see.
So let's see. 18th century, the fort
More.
is 10 miles south of the 18th century French Fort de Cavenol, which was the furthest west fort in Louisiana. Its commandant was Francois Coldon de Vere, a brother to Louis Coulon de Vere, who was the only military commander to force George Washington to surrender after avenging the murder of his half-brother
Wow.
while in Washington's custody, which was the incident that set off the French and Indian War.
Wow.
The French abandoned the fort after ceding a territory to Louisiana. At the conclusion of the French and Indian War, early American explorers on the Missouri River to visit the area of Fort de Cavenol include Lewis and Clark in 1804 and Stefan Hermann Long in 1819. The fort location has been chosen then because of its proximity to a large Kansa tribe village. 19th century, Colonel Henry Leavenworth, with the officers and men of the 3rd Infantry Regiment from Jefferson Barracks in St. Louis, Missouri, established Fort Leavenworth in 1827 to be a forward base protecting the Santa Fe Trail.
Wow.
Leavenworth's instructions were the following. Colonel Leavenworth of the 3rd Infantry, with 4 companies of his regiment, will ascend the Missouri, and when he reaches a point on its left band near the mouth of Little Platte River, and within a range of 20 miles above and below its confluence, he will select such position as in his judgment is best calculated for the site of a permanent containment. The spot being chosen, he will then construct with his troops of his command comfortable though temporary quarters sufficient for the accommodation of 4 companies. This movement will be made as early as in the convenience of the service. Leavenworth was to report that spot around the confluence on the east side of the Missouri River would be prone to flooding, and on May 8, 1827, recommended the location 20 miles upstream on the west bank in the bluffs above the river.
Huh.
The first Army installation in Cantonment Leavenworth, the original name, was located on Scott Avenue south of Post Chapel with initial strength of 14 officers and 174 enlisted. Cantonment was almost immediately increased in importance as it became the eastern terminus for the Santa Fe Trail and Oregon Trail. After the Indian Removal Act of 1830 attempted to remove all Indians west of the Missouri-Kansas border, the fort, which was west of the border, assumed even more importance. In 1832, it was named Fort Leavenworth.
Are you like reading the whole Wikipedia page or what?
This is interesting. I'm fascinated. I'm reading it by century. There's like all kinds of stuff. Then it talks about Civil War, the Reconstruction, the 20th century.
Like, holy cow.
I'm gonna read all this, goddammit.
Pick and choose, damn it. Pick and choose.
I don't have to cover one eye yet, so I'm doing okay.
Oh, Sorry, I had to give you shit on that one.
That's fine.
I was like, holy shit.
Damn it, keep going, Dave. Thanks, John. Appreciate that. Okay. Fast forward to it was declared a National Historic Landmark in 1960.
My bad. Oh, that shit was funny though.
Give me 10 men and 48 hours. I'll get you cultural appropriation.
Oh my god.
Ah. I'm crying.
Oh my god. That is so wrong. Oh shit.
Oh, I like this box. It's funny. um, wow.
This place was a part of a lot of shit though.
So much. I mean, like you said, like so many buildings are haunted.
The 3 dozen haunted houses on this place.
Yeah.
Not including the towers.
Yeah. I was just gonna talk about 5, but I mean,
yeah, the number 8 tower where the man shot and killed himself. He's actually seen walking around. Other barracks receive phone calls from that tower where there's the tower has no phone in it.
Yeah.
But the switchboard lights up as tower number 8, but there's no phone there. How could tower 8 be calling us? Catherine Sutter is seen at the cemetery. Who's Catherine Sutter? Why does that name sound familiar to me? It's been way too long since I took history. He's like, who is Catherine Sutter? Priest who died in a parish fire seen at the new parish.
That's funny because that's 632 Thomas Avenue, built on the site of the former site of the St. Ignatius Chapel. Father Fred was burned to death in a fire that burned down the chapel. That's the 3rd time it said goodbye to me. Just leave.
Maybe it's 3 different spirits.
when a new house was built on the same spot, his apparition has appeared in the house's fireplace, in the kitchen, and other places throughout the house.
Strange noises being heard throughout the house.
Mm-hmm.
Robe figure in picture over the second church burned down. I have a feeling I wrote that down wrong.
So, the first place I have is the house at 18 Sumner Place. I'm trying not to be disrespectful. In the 1970s, an apparition described as being a middle-aged woman in a wool skirt lived in the house's attic and loved to look through the attic window to study people down below in the yard and on the street. She would smile at them. She also liked to help the family living there with the household chores. One night, the family was surprised to see this matronly apparition washing their dishes in the sink. After her kitchen duty debut, she made herself visible to the family members at many times. Also, when going up and down the stairs, sometimes family members would feel her presence brush up against them, leaving cold spots and places of contact. One of the children told the parents that this nice lady would read stories to them until they went to sleep.
Wow.
The parents found a mysterious book in the child's room that they'd never seen before, and it didn't belong to them.
Huh. Physical manifestation of something. That's pretty fucking amazing.
That's great. Let's see. While this apparition housekeeper and nanny loved the little children in the family, she had animosity toward the children's babysitters and grandmothers, whom she considered her competition. Sometimes a visiting grandma would be firmly pushed out of the upstairs nursery, or the babysitter would find children's beds neatly remade after she had already turned down the covers for bedtime. While most of the families who lived in this house found their maternal apparition housekeeper amusing and didn't mind living with her, one family in 1975 was so scared of her and didn't want this ghostly helper. They asked the chaplain to perform an exorcism on the house. While it successfully got the help from matron to leave the house, she simply floated to the house next door.
Yes.
Uh,
Yes.
However, she never appeared to the family living there, but they did hear her soft footsteps in the attic overhead, rattling and the turning of doorknobs. Cats and dogs would be chased off off the second floor of the house by an unseen presence.
Oh wow. She's like, okay, I'm not going to do that again. But I do need a new
Roof.
place to live. I know. Let's see. What is it? General Custer's actually seen roaming on the first floor of the general's residence.
Yes.
The old disciplinary barracks. They find a person walking around. They see a man pointing a rifle. Phone calls, unexplained phone calls. Building 65 unused elevator. Oh, what happened there? That's where those 14 freaking prisoners freaking died
Yes.
during the shift, and they can actually still hear the screams inside the elevator. On the third floor of the old display barracks, they actually see a man in a wheelchair going around. Officers' quarters is a man with a mustache and goatee seen in the fireplace, also seen in the bedrooms and bathroom with razor and cream. Loud footsteps on the stairs, doors slamming, scratching noises, loud crashes, cold spots inside that place.
Maybe.
There are still 298 unclaimed soldiers there.
There's so many. I'm getting to that. I'm not having another shot. Don't even do that
Quiet.
to me.
Be quiet.
Be quiet. I think what stands out to me is the uh, the serial killer that actually killed people, raped and killed them
Yeah,
on the property.
on property.
Yeah, and the abandoned prison area or whatever, and that was eventually killed there.
Yes.
Thank you. I hear you too.
Yeah, they actually caught him and killed him there.
hmm There's a picture of the Leavenworth detention facility.
Yeah, that's just the detention facility. That place
hmm
is haunted as hell too. But they don't talk a lot about that place.
No.
Yeah.
Ah.
Uh, yeah, they don't talk about that penitentiary law, but that penitentiary is still being used, if I remember right.
Yeah.
I know they closed down
The
parts of
they closed down the old penitentiary, but they built the new detention facility,
Yeah,
and that's still active.
yeah.
But that's that old penitentiary. That's the spot. That's nasty.
Nasty.
Shadow figures, demonic activity,
Yeah.
reports of satanic worship and
Which
rituals there.
Yeah, and this is on federal land, dude. I mean, you can't get in that place. You can't.
Yeah. This is a picture of the inside of that old prison.
I'm cleaning up all the old fallen brick.
Mhm.
No wonder it's all crazy in there. Look all the shit they tore out.
Yeah. This is a nasty spot. And I mean, and if we were talking about just one building in this place.
Uh, if we were to talk about one building in this place, I think we'd be able to talk about just like we were talking about every single one of these one buildings.
Yeah. So this has so many other
36 buildings that are
things
haunted.
things around that are haunted. I mean, if you just talk about the old prison is just that's like that place rivals Penhurst or Eastern State. Just the old prison area. And then you've got the hospital, which probably rivals Waverly Hills in its activity. And then you've got the houses around the area. This is like an all-encompassing, and they do ghost tours here.
Greetings.
This is something before.
I remember we were talking about this before, that they actually do ghost tours on property here.
On base here, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can go. I mean, there's just certain areas they don't allow you to go into. But
Yeah, and one of the places is that old prison area because it's all condemned and gnarly and stuff. But I'd walk around the outside of it for sure and see if I could get something.
I remember how shocked I was when we pulled that up, that you could actually go in here and do a ghost tour at Fort Leavenworth.
Mm-hmm.
Mind you, you'll have M16s and M14s and everything pointing at you the whole damn time, but there will be armed guards everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Hatch. 30.
Ha.
30.
Hidden? Huh. The residual on this place is off the charts.
Yeah. It's a 10 and then some.
The intelligence in this place is off the charts.
Yeah.
It's another 10.
It's another 10.
Now the non-human is where I don't want to say I'm iffy. I just don't know how high I want to go for the non-human. So I look. Is it better than Waverly Hills? I think it's better than Waverly Hills.
Yes.
Is it as good or better than Eastern State at a 9?
Or Trans-Allegheny, which is also a 9.
Or Trans-Allegheny, which is also a 9. Is it equal to or better than?
I don't think it's better than those.
I don't think it's better than those either. I'm thinking it's an 8.
I think it's an 8. Yeah.
I think it's in between Waverly, Eastern State, and Trans-Allegheny.
Okay. Poltergeist.
Well, this is the hard one, I think.
Oregon.
Remember, one of the things that we talked about this place was we think that Fort Leavenworth is covering some of this,
Yes. Yes.
but there's
Yes.
still so
Where are
much,
we?
so many reports of stuff happening there.
It didn't say where am I. It said where are we.
hmm
um, we are here. You are here. You're. I don't know how to answer that one. It said we. There's a multiple.
Test.
Oh, you're stressed. Well, relax, man. It's beautiful Colorado. Chill out. Relax. Smoke some weed. Makes you feel better. I think the poltergeist activity is underrated in this place.
Who is he?
Oh, that's
Yeah, I'm Dave.
but then they don't really talk about a lot of poltergeist activity.
Yeah, we almost have to put an asterisk on this, but I think I'm
I'm
at
gonna put it.
Rated. Knock.
I would say I'm gonna put it as a 6 because
okay. I was at a 7.
okay. Well, then we would go 7,
Yeah,
and I'm just gonna write 10 next to history, so you don't have to read the whole Wikipedia page.
yeah. Okay, let's start over with the Wikipedia page because somebody wants to be an asshole. The first army installation.
I was like, holy
I was doing the numbers while you were being an asshole.
we didn't talk this much out the first time we. So let's go. Oh, you pulled out more cards.
Yeah. So, rub-a-dub-dub,
Blink in a tub.
blank in a tub, colluding with Russia. Rub-a-dub-dub, colluding with Russia in a tub.
Oh my god.
Another Trump thing, I guess.
Oh.
All right. So yeah, history's a 10. If I could give the history a 12 on this one, I would.
Yeah.
Okay, so physical
10.
10.
She was washing dishes, man.
She washed the dishes. She brought her own book.
You left it there.
She brought her own book and left it there. She read to the kids. Voice phenomena.
It's 10.
It's a 10.
You read a book.
She read a book to the kids.
You're going off on the other stuff. This is just
That's just one house. Objects moving. So this kind of goes in line with the poltergeist activity. I'm not very high up. There are objects moving. There's doors opening and closing.
There's someone washing dishes.
Someone washing dishes.
There's beds being made.
And it's all by that one lady.
Yeah, this is just that one house. Like I said, this is
the ghost nanny.
House. The ghost nanny.
Yeah, ghost Mary Poppins.
Scratching noises. That's part of voice.
That's voice.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go at 8 on the object.
Yep. Yeah, I'm down for that. Mechanical or electrical?
Mechanical, electrical. I don't know how high I can put this one. You have the elevator.
Oh.
Yes.
And I'm pretty sure there's a lot of stuff. Well, you got the bathroom being used.
Yes.
Doors slamming. I guess that's kind of mechanical. It could be objects moving too, but
Yeah, mechanical would be like if the lock
lock was
locks
being
and unlocks.
yeah.
Yeah, and if it's like an electronic door that opens, like a prison door or something, that would be mechanical.
Tea party in the parlor.
Considering all the buildings too, all the
Oh yeah, 36 buildings.
36 buildings, all experiencing some kind of activity. Not to mention the stuff that they're. It's in Leavenworth, Kansas.
Yeah. I might go. I'm gonna go 8 on the mechanical.
Yep, that's where I was. I had the hands up.
I wasn't even looking up. I was like, I'm gonna go 8 on that.
Emotion.
Just a 10.
Yeah,
It's
it's
Milo.
10.
It's a 10.
Mine just said leave me alone too.
Huh. Fine then. I'll leave you alone.
Maybe. Leave
Late.
me alone, maybe. Okay, danger level. I think the danger level is massive here.
I think the danger level is pretty damn freaking high here.
Yeah.
Is it a 10?
Is it a 10?
Is it a 10? Because we've only agreed on 110 so far.
Yep.
And
And
that was Trans-Allegheny.
That's Trans-Allegheny.
We swapped 8s and 10s on Penhurst and Eastern State, which gave it a 9.
Yep. And then Waverly Hills, we gave an 8.
Was
both
an
of
8.
us.
Is this place another 10? Which is weird because we thought we were going to have 10s across the board.
Yeah. I mean, I knew we were going to have high, but I was figuring 9s and 10s. I didn't expect an 8 for Waverly Hills. I didn't.
That was pretty low.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty low.
Am I at, are we at a 10 on the I'm at a 10 on the danger level.
Yeah. Me too. Just the sheer volume of stuff going on. If we were to pick one building, maybe not a 10, but because there's
This
3
whole
dozen buildings on this fort that all have some sort of intelligent activity. I mean, I think Custer's ghost is residual.
Dude, this is a
I think
did you
there's
get a 91?
I got a 91.
That's 101?
It's 101.
We said this place was going to be our highest spot.
Yep. Which if we go by divided by 2, then that would make it a 96.
Yeah.
For danger.
It's be a 95 for Penhurst. $94 for Penhurst.
94 for Penhurst.
But still, we talked about this before we thought that Leavenworth would be our most dangerous place.
Yep.
Our highest score out of all 5 of these.
Yep.
I was not expecting Eastern State to be the lowest score though.
Yeah, I agree with that.
10.
Wow. So Leavenworth, Penhurst, then you have to go Waverly, then Trans-Allegheny, and then Eastern State, right?
Yep.
Chua.
Wow.
Chair.
Joshua's about.
That's bullshit. They can't fire me for a little taste of penis.
Oh Oh my god. I love Cards Against. Oh, that's vodka sake.
Vodka blended with sake.
Sake.
Sakya. Yeah, I'm not. I'm done. 2 shots. That was it. I'm done. I'm not messing with that anymore because I forgot how many beers I had open.
We're just sitting there reading Wikipedia aloud.
Italy,
I'm gonna recite the entire history of this place. God damn it!
I'm like, did he forget we're on a show? He just sitting there reading.
I just kept on going.
shine,
You were shining, Dave.
That's right. I was shining.
No, put a bubble over my life.
I have been promoted to grandpa. I am shining.
I love it. Okay, tonight's episode: 5 most dangerous.
Not.
Is there anything that surprised you?
Oh,
On the
Eastern State surprised me for sure. I thought Eastern State would be
a lot higher, huh?
a lot higher. I don't know if it would. I don't know if it would still be 5 on the list.
I think,
But
that
I
was,
would have expected at least an 80
yeah, it's
and
not
at least a 90 total. Canada.
plain.
I'm surprised at the score for. I don't know if I'm surprised that it's 5. It would probably be 5 on my list. But I'm surprised that the score was lower. Was that low? I mean, it's still good. It's still a great spot.
Oh yeah, I didn't think we'd have anything lower than the 80.
Not on the haunted level, no. I didn't think we'd have that on any of these 5. I thought these guys would be way over. What did we give Eastern State? That was before we started scoring, right?
That was before we started scoring.
Huh.
So 2 did not have scores from the get-go. Trans-Allegheny and Eastern State.
And Eastern State. I'm surprised we gave Trans-Allegheny that good of a score until we actually talked about it.
Yes.
And now I'm excited about that place.
Yeah. Now Eastern or Leavenworth, what I didn't tell you is how we scored before. So we had the haunted level for Leavenworth at 100.
Yeah.
Like there was no 98 to 100 like we did with Penrith. It was no, this place is 100.
This is 100.
The danger level is 80 to 90. I think we were a little different on there, so we put 80 to 90 on there.
Okay.
And after talking about it more, we're like, no, this is a 10.
Yeah.
I think the big one, of course, Eastern State sticking out at me.
We actually have our first over 100.
Yeah. But Trans-Allegheny and Waverly Hills both having a creeper. And possibly
potentially Eastern State.
having a creeper.
Yeah. There's a shadow figure that crawls on the walls. That's creeper. They don't call it a creeper, but that spells creeper to me. And I like the fact, I think Leavenworth was too. 4 out of these 5 spots are completely self-contained. They have all the stuff that they need in the area.
Yeah, that's interesting too.
The only one that doesn't is Eastern State.
Eastern State, which is just strictly a penitentiary.
Just a strictly penitentiary, but it was like ahead of its time.
Yeah. But they got arts and crafts. According to that page you kept up on.
Yeah. I hit that place twice. It's the nighttime tours where you can do, yeah.
That shit was hilarious.
That was funny as hell. I was like, oh my God.
So next week.
Wow. I almost dropped that.
Shit, what are we doing next week? We're talking
Italy, right?
Italy.
Venice, Italy. And the island with the skulls,
Yeah.
with the bodies.
Yeah, you've been wanting to talk about that for a while.
I've been wanting to talk about that for a while.
That's gonna be a good show too. I think. I happy birthday, Dave. This was a good show.
Thanks, man. Yeah, good show, bro.
I gotta think about what we're gonna do for. We got a Father's Day show.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that show because my daughter's baby showers that night. That day, I think.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what
that's the 18th.
the 18th. Okay.
So I'll have to think about something for there. We just yeah, they just sent out all the invitations and everything. So
Do we want to do the show on Father's Day? Or do you want to do?
I can't do the show on Father's Day because that Monday I have to be up at 3:00 in the morning.
Ah, I got you. So maybe, and then I can't do the 9th of July because it's my anniversary,
That's your
and
anniversary.
you and I both will be castrated
Yes.
if we do a show. if we do a show on July 9th,
Yeah.
neither of us will come out of that with PP.
But yeah, man, Italy's gonna be a fun one.
It'll be fun, and then I think we're doing 2 locations in a row.
Are we doing 2 locations? Pull up the schedule here.
Come on. There we go. Yeah, we're doing Venice, Italy on June 4th, and then Charleston, South Carolina on
That's
June
right.
11th.
That's right.
Torture. And then, if that's the case, then we'll take a break we'll take a break on the 18th, so we'll not do a show then. And then we'll do something else on the 25th. Will be our next show after that.
Yep. And my I guess technically my birthday show is the 2nd of July.
Okay, so you got to decide what you want to do for your birthday show.
2 days after my birthday. Oh, both our birthdays were on Thursday this year.
Yep. I would think that guilty. I would think that both of our shows. I think both of our birthdays are on the same day.
Yeah, every year.
Every year. Number of days don't change. So.
No.
So your birthday's the 30th, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
And then we'll take the following guys. So you got to decide what you want to do for your birthday. I'm excited to get on that. That'll be fun. This was good. I'm glad we scored these.
Yeah, I liked it. I enjoyed it. It's nice taking some of those older ones and putting them on the new scoring.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, I think that's the end of the show.
Yep. I think we're good. Let's call it a night.
Let's call it a night. I want to thank everybody that listened and watched. Of course, the comments always appreciative. I also want to thank Anchor. Anchor is what allows us to take the audio portion of this live broadcast and throw it out to all those great podcast sites. Do it completely free for you. They even do all the hard work for you. Just download the audio. They'll take it and throw it out to places like Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Pocket Cast, Radio Public, Breaker, all different kinds of places for you. They do it again absolutely free. So if you're looking to start your own podcast, go ahead and check them out. And of course, I want to thank Restream. Restream is what allows us to do the multicasting to where we're not only on the Spiritual Spirits Facebook page, but we're on YouTube with Spirits with John and Dave, Twitter, Spirits, Bond Live, Spirits, and Twitch, Spirits. So thank you, Rishun, for allowing us to do that and giving us the opportunity to do that. Man, we will be back at 6 Pacific, 7 Mountain, 8 Central, 9 Eastern on June 4th.
June 4th.
I was trying to say July. On June 4th, we're going to talk about some nice haunted spots in Italy, including this famous island that Dave has been wanting to talk about for almost 2 years now.
Try to talk right now.
And he's had a lot to drink. Happy birthday, Dave.
It just said possessed.
All right, guys, we're going to get out of here. Dave, you want to hit the button so we can get on out of here?
Hit in the button. Take care, everybody. Have a great rest of your Memorial weekend, and we'll see you next week. Spirits with spirits.